What's up, YouTube? Sorry about that delay. I've been digging for things, so I have everything here. That way I'm not running around like a crazy maniac during the stream. Hope everyone's enjoying their Sunday. This is a different time frame for me. I normally don't do a noon Sunday show. Well, 12:35. Let's see here. So what do? We left off after building the y-axis, the z-axis, most of the x-axis. We don't have the extruder attached because I have to wire all that. Yeah, so there's some wiring that needs to be done. I'm going to start with the power supply because the power supply is super important. So what I need to do with this power supply is attach this power plug to it and then add some wires to it and see if they will reach from that end all the way to this end where the SKR board is. So most likely I'm going to need to extend the wires. Now, Zaribo includes these power cables, and I'm guessing they're going to be far too short for what I need. A quick check here. Guesstimate, yeah, this is going to be too short. So, Chris is going to have to add his own cables. Let's see here. Which cables does he want to use? He'll use this fatty cable right here. This is some 16 gauge silicone wire. This is a means well that I bought myself, so it's $35. Look at that, we got Wolfgang and Mickey and Ewan and Paul and Dan and Jason. Am I done yet? I wish. Overlandish FJ, what's going on? We got some Robert and some Sven, and some Thomas. So today's wiring day, and it's the most boring day. And it's going to get the messiest because there's a lot of wiring that needs to be done. So unfortunately, I think the only thing I can kidnap from these is to maybe use them as bed wiring. They're a little stiff. They're not really silicone type like I'm used to, so they might not work for that either. So for the SKR upgrade, you're going to need longer power cables. So I'll throw that back in the box. They do include extension cables because the printer is taller. So we will see how that works. I kidnapped a screen. I'll use that and insert that later. But for now, this is another one. This is another one. We need to wire this thing. So let me disassemble this case again. It's a beautiful case. It has a giraffe on it over there in that corner. Look at that little giraffe action. So let's pop this power supply open and get to work. I want to make some more room here because I'm going to get messy real quick. Because my hope today is to at least wire this thing to the point where I can code the firmware and start on that. So that's my hopes and dreams right now. If that actually happens is another question. Come on. There we go. So plenty of cord here. The way I'm going to wire it is going to be this direction, so the switch is easiest to reach. If I flip it the other way, again, you can install that any direction you feel. But with this direction, is the switch is closest to me, so when I'm reaching, I can turn this thing on super easily. And it looks like the way this attaches, the wires come out this bottom hole. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pre-thread this into here. And let's go ahead and put connectors on this. And I need my big box of electrical things. Big box of electrical things. Slightly organized. I'm printing more Prusa parts more bare parts in CFPTG. So I need 2 spade connectors right now. And I need, that should be it. 2 spade connectors should do it, because everything else is already wired. So 2 spade connectors. Let's open up my magical drawer of tools. So here's my stripper and my squisher and my auto stripper. Auto strippers are awesome when you're doing stuff like this, because it doesn't have to be precise. Now you're going to notice I'm not tinning anything, because you do not tin wires that go to power supplies. If you were to go in here and take this soldering iron and add some tinning on there, if it were to ever warm up, that solder is going to soften, make the connection loose, and you're going to get more resistance and you're going to get a fire. Does the PSU case? Yes, the PSU case would do that. But the SKR does not support Prusa's Power Panic, because the Prusa Power Panic board doesn't store enough power to recover in Marlin. You heard stripper. So Big Tree Tech does make like a $10 UPS board. It's just a bunch of fat caps, and those caps store enough power to raise the extruder and save the G code. But there's also a Power Panic feature built into Repetier server, which I use on all my printers. So if you're using Repetier server, it's a little bit more fail-safe, because it'll save it and then restart when that thing restarts, versus if you're not using an SD card, you can't use either of them. So good times. RepRap firmware. I'm not a fan of RepRap firmware at the moment. It's harder for me. I understand Marlin better, and the documentation for Marlin is better. The number of users on YouTube that have help for Marlin is better. So someone from my point of view, it's easier. So I find it easier to teach someone Marlin, because there's just more information out there. And these are just crimp style spade connectors. You just slide them on and crimp them down. I cut my wires a little long, so I'm going to get my little, where is it? We'll just use this box right here. We'll collect all those trimmings of stranded wire in here. So all I'm doing is trimming the little bit off the top that I don't need. Boom. And fit this back in. And when you use these crimp down style ones, they make a actual crimp style tool, and they have the 3 different colors. This is blue, so you use blue. And smush. Done. Next one. No problem, Sven. And the next one goes in. Blue on blue. And get that out of there. Give it a squish. Done. We've now crimped that, so that's good to go. Next up is getting this inserted. It looks like they are using a square nut. So if I look in my little bin here of spare square nuts, let's see if that's actually supposed to be a square nut holding it in place, or a hex nut. I'm not looking at the directions, I'm just going by instinct. Wolfgang can always correct me if I'm doing it completely incorrectly. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's definitely a square nut. And it's got a little shelf for it. So you got to insert from this side and slide it in there somehow, some shape or form. It helps if you don't have giganto hands. Gold nuggets. Okay, got it in there. Okay, that's in there. Yeah. The bottom part. Everyone's always yelling about the bottom part. Another square nut. 4 or 6 ferrule. I will only need ferrules from the thermistor, and I'll get the numbers on those because I have those organized. So, and you only need one power connection from the power supply to the SKR board. There's only one input. So a little different there than the old Prusa dual wire. The dual wire is superior because you get to use both rails. So one rail would power just the hotbed. But we make our dues with the shortcomings. There we go. And then I've already marked. This one's already, as you can see, I put a little black mark on there. The one with the black mark, if I look at this correctly, is the neutral. So the neutral is marked. And let's see, I think an M38 should work. Let's try this M38 real quick. And a screwdriver. Yep, M38 shall do the work. I meant on crimp 4 or 6 part. No idea. It just I'm not an expert on the crimping, but I just used the blue one. This one's color coded, this IWIS one. So I just used the blue on blue. You know, it doesn't turn on as often as I thought it would, but it is loud. The Meanwell power supply does make some noise when that fan kicks in. Okay. So now we've wired that switch on. Let's give it a test here. Oh yeah, that's a switch. So 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay. And we got some wires. So we got black, which is ground on this one. So they wired it for you. Black is ground. This one with the stripe is neutral, which I followed back. And this one is VCC. Oh, that actually can fall right through, so I don't really need to worry about that yet. But we do need to wire that to the machine, or to the power supply itself. So let me run this through. And I'm going to go ahead and wire that on there. So the Meanwell is well spelled out. So you've got line, neutral, live, neutral, ground, negative, positive, and then that is the voltage adjuster. Nope, just a flat crimp. So this is the power out. Negative is going to be the wire with the black stripe. I need a trusty Prusa round Phillips head screwdriver thingy. And the positive is red. So black stripe on the negative. And you want to make sure that's tightened down pretty tight. Definitely don't want these loosening up, because if they loosen up, you will increase the amount of resistance, and which increases the amount of heat. So we've got we got black, which is the ground, based on the design. And we need neutral, which is my black lined, and live, which is straight red. So plug it in live. Need to open it up more. So these have actual ridges on them to make sure they don't slide out. That stock PSU fan is loud. Nice. Yeah, wiring is weird. I've seen it every which way possible. Typically, ground is green and white is live and black is neutral, and white is neutral. Sorry, yeah, white is neutral typically, and red is live. Green is ground. I wired a 4,000 square foot studio space one time, and, well, not one time, it took a while. And yeah, it passed code. That's all that matters. All right, so now that everything's wired, we're gonna pop that thing back in there. And put these screws back in. And I'm gonna leave this dangling out. I won't need this cable until I get to the part where I'm actually installing the power to the SKR board. So we are good to go for now on the power supply. What's up, Dr. Jekyll? Good, and 2 more screws. And then what I'll do is I'll install this power supply onto the frame. Let's see. And I put all the extra bits in here. Taking a wild guess, I need those M Giganto fatties. Here they are. The M612s. 2 of them. Yeah, I'm not using the directions. Didn't even look to see if I needed them. But we'll figure things out. So, there should be a T-nut here. And there is. So that's the top brace, and there's a T-nut right here for the power supply. I like that it's all secured into the frame nicely. So let's slide that up. Stick this Giganto bolt in here. And this is where it gets difficult. So I'm going to do that. Come on, get in that channel. Okay. Lazy Sunday watching YouTube. Okay, that one's in. Need to slightly tighten it down. Where's my fancy tool? There it is. Oh, that one's too big. We need a smaller sized one. Oh, I'm not fighting gravity. I've done this one too many times to fight gravity. Okay, slide that up, move that into place, slide it back down. Close enough. I'll use this to align it. There we go. And another one of those M6 fancy pantses, M612s. It did come with gummy bears. I still haven't eaten any more since the last time. It's a full bag too, not a partial bag, not a tiny bag, a full Giganto bag. Okay, let's get that aligned. Okay. And good to go. We now have a power supply. Oh, that is as rigid. It is set to 115. So that is good. This will sit on here till it's time to wire that in. Okay. Next step is attaching the board to this. And I've got a power supply. Oh no, power supply's attached. Where's my box of goodies for Zaribo? Box of goodies, here it is. This is my box of Zaribo goodies. Here's my case. And it has 2 attachment points on here. Let's see if that case is going to come into contact at all with this motor. Nope. Good to go. So we need just this piece. What's up, Croatia? Oh, it's Dujay, the instructor. All right, now I need to find an SKR board. Where did I put the SKR board for this build? I can always yank another SKR board from another build. Hey, get off that. Let me just check my drawer here, make sure I didn't shove it in the drawer. I knew I didn't grab something. There's always something you don't grab when you're building stuff. You can always shove this GTR board in there with 11 stepper driver ports. Or not. I mean, I don't have to do that. That would be weird. Let's see. Here it is. Found it. And the drivers for this are right here. So one thing I always do is I always install the drivers into the board before I do anything. So yeah, this is a turbo. Everything looks pretty on it. I will eject the micro SD card out of it. We'll put away this electronic anti-static bag. We'll take a sip of water. So the SKR board gives us benefits. One is going to be, you see that there's room for 5 steppers. We're going to use all 5. We're actually going to have independent steppers for each Z-axis. Then one on the Y, one on the extruder, and one on the X. The benefits of the SKR, of course, are going 32-bit versus 8-bit on the EINC. We're going to get Marlin 2.0, which gives us all kinds of fun features. We can use encoded steppers if we wanted to. So if we wanted encoded motors on here, we can add motor encoders. It will run the stock screen. It can run a TFT screen. You can run a touch screen. You can run a touch screen that is both a TFT touch as well as a actual graphics display. The independent Z-axis allows us to actually level the gantry to the bed versus just homing to the top of the axis and crashing it and making it make loud banging noises and hopefully that it's steady. So the link to the SKR case is in my GitHub. So if you go to github.com/Kodiak2600, CODIAC Kodiak2600, I believe I have a banner for that. Do I have a banner for that? There you go. The link will be in the README for the SKR case. It is the universal SKR case by Juan, and it is amazing. So you can attach, it's got printable plates, so the same case works on Bear as it does on Zaribo. There's an add-on to add a Raspberry Pi. I don't have that printed. I think I will because it sticks out with a gap underneath here, so if I print that additional part, there won't be a gap there. Do I have that to show how that works? Yep. So here's the one for Bear. So for Bear, you could just slide on this printable attachment. Boom, and now it fits the Bear 45-degree angle right here, and this little cutout for the back of the frame. Now I could probably use this on here too. It actually does fit. So you know what? We'll go with the Bear one. We'll use the Bear add-on because that actually fits on there perfectly, and there's room to connect it to the frame here. So we'll do that. That's actually crazy. It fits perfectly with that. And that'll make it one homogeneous piece. So it's pretty cool. It can run with the new colors of Marlin. This is true. Does the EINC not support? The EINC does support Marlin 2.0, but you have to use it in, it is an 8-bit board. And since you're moving to Marlin, you're going to lose a bunch of the features anyway. I would just prefer to upgrade the board because the EINC board is outdated. If that was a sip, I would hate to. Yeah, I'm thirsty, man. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to install the stepper drivers into the board because you do not want to do that while it's in the case. You want to do that now. You will attach the included heat sinks once it's actually installed and you've wired stuff because they can fall off. One of the things I've already done is remove all of the pins or the jumpers except for the third one. So if you look at my GitHub, you'll see a wiring guide, and one of that is to make sure UART is enabled in all the drivers. We remove all the jumpers but the third one from the right if we're looking at the board such as this. So third one from the right, we leave that one. Everything else stays. And we're going to install a driver in every port as specified by my wiring guide. Now, I don't have a Zaribo firmware yet, but we'll do that hopefully today. Wiring is always the funnest of times. So, gonna keep going. And one more. Boom. So we've installed them all. You always want to make sure you've got all the pins inserted. Or you could pull what's called a llama, where you fry your board. So all the steppers are installed with the correct stuff. And then we're going to save these heat sinks to install later. You don't need any active cooling for the 2209s as long as you don't ramp the current up too high. I believe I should be okay, but we'll test thermals once we get it up and running. The next step is, of course, to install it into the case. There are 4 little risers, and I always forget what size screw Juan set up for this. I don't know if it's a 8mm or 6mm screw. Let me try the 6mm and see if that lines up flush to the back of the case, or it could be a 10mm. You don't ever know. But Juan does make one heck of a sexy universal case. It's going to be the 8mm or 10. The llama trick. Yes, when in doubt, llama it. That's what we say here. I'm going to try the 10mm. Let's see if that's too long. You don't want it too long because having a little chunk of sharp threaded metal hanging out from the back of your case is very uncomfortable to rub against. So as you can see, the 10mm, 10mm is too long. You can see it sticking out there. So 8mm is correct. I need 4 8mm M3s and 4 hex, just standard hex M3s. Ryan for the Bears clearly put wires here where I see just shove them and close the door. This is true. And Juan does make little cable guides, so you can make this a little sexier. I just use zip ties and zip tie them in these little zip tie ports because I'm a crazy man. And there's also a ton of room in his case. So, and M3 hexes 4. 4 M3 hexes. And if I remember correctly, I need to use something to actually tighten that in first, because they like to not fit. So I'm going to pre-insert these. Get this bad boy installed. So I'm basically just using the screw to actually tighten the M3 hex nut into the case. So as you can see, I'm just screwing that right into the case. The Flama Llama. Where is Llama? He invited me to stream, and I'm like racing to get things ready. I got Dan, who's coming over here to pick up his printer stuff. So I had to get that boxed up, and people are being evil on the internet, and I had to get caught up in that. So it's been an exciting day. Oh, and that's been a really good day. I had cereal, and I forgot to have a real lunch. So when this is done, I get to have a real lunch again. How's everyone else's Sunday going? Is everyone staying out of trouble? I still love that Flama Llama. It's like a funny way of saying flaming llama. He's mowing grass and a few other things. Nice! Dan and the grass mowing. Well, everything besides a couple of things are in the box. I just found some more stepper drivers you can have, and I set them aside. So hopefully you want some more 2208s, because I got a bunch of them. It was nice on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter was great. Hey, what's up, C3H4 Organic? Hello from the USA to you in Germany. I do not live in the burbs. There was a little bit of rioting here in our city yesterday. I was home safe. I hope everyone that I know got home safe. There are definitely some interesting videos coming out. So, hence why I had to be on Facebook, like, quit being dumb, humans. Just love each other. Is he still playing the victim on Twitter? Is he still saying that I fudged the data? Like I somehow fudged the high definition photos that I took with a high-end camera? And this is why I always have a third party buy things for me when I have to test things. No, Emmy. Yep, that is the messed up part. What's up, Chris Travis? Vlad getting flustered again. Yeah, it's not too hard to fluster, man. This is why no one should make bold comments about how they have the bestest thing in the world. Oh, so Viking visited Chicago yesterday. What's up, Alzette from Malaysia? Hello from the USA. Bob and Doug were correct. If I liked flying, I like space. I mean, I do like space. I don't know if I would like flying to space. I don't think I'm fit for flying to space. Like, sir, you're a little too round. You can't make it through the hatch door. And your request for all the stuff to build 3D printers in space doesn't make sense. Well, of course it's 2 HD. I haven't checked in a while. I had to use a super secret account and save all the pictures of the comments to be able to respond, since I've been blocked from the first time I said that there's shenanigans going on. I'll find out after the stream. There we go. We now have an SKR board attached. Now there is mountings for fans on the back, and no, where's my front door? Here it is. The front door does not have any mountings for fans, but once it's put together, that's a beautiful case. And there's another door here. I don't have that. There is 3D printing in space. Smash the thumbs up. Smash it. So I need to tip this over. So now I won't be fighting gravity. No fighting the gravity. Okay, and I need a little riser. Give me your spool of Paramount fake CFP PLA. I need more riser. Do I have another roll of filament? I do. I got some Jesse Red Ice. Give me your Jesse Red Ice. I need more riser action. Whoa. Boom. There we go. And this has little locks for those. Okay. I'm guessing that's going to be another M6. What's up, Mark Everett? M612s. Yeah, this is Space Jam 1. Come here. I think Chris needs to get a tool. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a ball head M6 screw diddy. Okay. What's up, Sharif? What up, Robbie Mac? There we go. That's fun. What's up, David from the UK? The wiring of my 2-core XYs. No, no, no. Mark, you can do that on your own. You're more than fully capable of that nonsense. Sometimes we have to adult and wire our own stuff. Okay, 1 case installed. Now let's figure out the length we need for the wiring job. And this is all custom. So the wire needs to go up through the case and up here. So actually, let me go like this. So something, I always like to leave a little slack, and actually we'll go around. Go around, go around, there we go. Again, I'm just rudimentally finding lengths. That works. Boom. That is the correct amount of cable that you need. Yeah, Vlad talks a lot of trash. It's weird, I badmouth Prusa, but Joseph was on stream with me on my channel. Ha 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 ha! Oh, how the tides have turned. The dude has a vendetta on himself. See, what Vlad needs to know is people stop giving me free stuff when I said, don't give me free stuff. It's usually how it is. Did you print with the hot end yet? No. I ran thermal tests as well as did macro shots of the stuff. Here we go. Macro shots of the machining, which I just shared on the Twitter. Yeah, I like how it's bad mouthing when it's just like, here's the images, make up your own mind. So for the power cables, I use these, again, this is all on my GitHub, which is down there. This is a 16 AWG black ferrule, and I use a number 4 ferrule boot crimper. World's best technology. Again, no solder. What's up, Sebastian? Make sure all your wires are straight, because that's going to really stop you from getting the ferrule on. I always try to find the world's smallest ferrule to fit exactly what I need. So that way it crimps and stays tight. Just try printing with it, see if it works or not. Well, I mean, I will, but there's a number of tests that have to be done. Now on the SKR board, the power in is VCC. The actual power is on the right-hand side, and the left-hand side is the neutral. So we're just going to shove those in right now. And then we'll get to the rest of the actual wiring goodness after this. Come on, get in there, Poppy. There we go. And there's a lot of extra cable, so I can route stuff and make it all pretty. If I need to trim it, I can trim it. Flathead screwdriver, there it is. Another Prusa special. Always got a collection of Prusa screwdrivers and stuff. Uh, 16 gauge. I always use 16 gauge with 24 volt. Goodness. You can probably get away with 18, but 16 is the goodness. Okay, there it is. That is the nice SKR case. I'm going to have to add in an extra little part there to screw it in, but hey, they want another, and I stumbled on the Zaribo stuff. Yeah! The wiring is still in the beta repo. No, if you go to the main repo and scroll down, there's a little link you click. It says wiring guide. You click the link and it'll take you to there. So main repo will get you there. The new main repo will get you there. Yes, I do have the 10mm rod upgrade on all axes, as well as the bearing block upgrade and new carriage for the y-axis. So power is good to the board. Power is plugged in correctly and mounted. Case is mounted. So now the rest of the wiring can happen, because I need to know the lengths of the wires and if I can trim stuff and change things. Because again, this is a Zaribo kit, so I don't know if I need to make extensions or if I can just take the extensions already provided and make them, just trim them and add new connectors on it, or what have you. So that is my goal today. So I have all these wires ready, and basically all I have to do is raise everything as high as it will go, attach everything correctly, and then see if it works. So that's my next step here. Get that all good to go. Come on now. All the way. To the top. Hmm. Let's see here. Nice. Okay, so now that's raised all the way to the top, I'm going to wire this x-axis stepper and see if that will reach. The y-axis I know will reach. There's no extension there. So the y-axis cable is correct for sure. So I don't need to do anything to that. I'll just need to rewire that. I'm going with the BMG Prusa extruder for a Mosquito. Last in carbon fiber. Quota check. Yep, cannot keep my hands off that carriage. Oh, it's delicious. Water always tastes so yummy and delicious. Okay, y-axis wire needs to be trimmed quite a bit, because in the grand scheme of things, it is, let me turn this a little bit more so you can see from the top down, X, Y, Z motor furthest, extruder Z axis closest, I believe. So all the Z ones are more than long enough to reach where they need to reach. So they're going to get trimmed and all that fun stuff. So like here's a Z axis motor. This forsoitenly reaches really well. There's plenty of slack there. I can run wires into the T slot. The shorter one also reaches everything, so no extensions needed there. Let's see here. X-axis. I mean, this wire is going to be more than long enough, so I'll just need to trim it. But let me route it. So there's actually routing built into this. So let me unscrew the motor. I didn't have the cable with me last time, so I got to unscrew the motor and route this like a champ. What's up, Yao from Portugal? Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. If I didn't, I apologize. Also forgot to install a square nut in there. Okay, square nut into the hole. Let's see. My pinchy plier tools. That'll get it in there. Or I'll launch it into my face. Same difference. Come on. I guess I gotta clean that out a little bit. There's some gooberage. Gooberage. That should do it. Yep, buying another Mark III will come with support. If you buy a Zaribo, you get support too. Come on. Come on. Are my square nuts just too thick? See if I got one of those thinner square nuts in here. There it is. Some of these are actually thinner than others. Oh, there we go. That fit instantly. Look at me having the incorrect screw sizes. Or I guess nut sizes. Okay. Doesn't want to go all the way in, so we're going to use a secret technique where we heat up the heat gun at the lowest setting and we'll push it all the way in. There we go. It's really hard to clean all the gunk out with those square nut holes. Looks like my bridging was just a little bit off. There we go. That'll do for now. Okay, with that means there's a printed part I need to find. There's a little cover for strain relief here. Come here, strain relief cover. Strain relief cover. Where did you go? Hmm. I've lost my strain relief cover. Someone hurry up and drop me one off. I know I printed it, but I have misplacing it. So, yep. Chris has misplaced the wire cover. No! Why for I misplace? Well, I'll use a zip tie for now. So, let's grab the cable wrap for this motor, because Zaribo does include all of the cable wraps. So, where's the skinniest cable wrap? Here we go. Here's the skinniest cable wrap. Dun 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 dun. Yep, poorly organized. I can fax one over. Gracias, senor. Yeah. Well, correctly organized, but I'm good at misplacing stuff because I know I printed it because I know I test fitted to make sure it actually fit on there. But no, Chris is a goofy goober. And to remind me to replace it, I will use a zip tie. Where are my colorful zip ties? There they are. I'll use a purple zip tie. So that way I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably fix that. Okay. Okay, that goes like that. That's so cute. There's like this little cable management thing going on here. Love it. Okay, there was 2 hex nuts that fell out when I did this. Whoop, don't. Haha! Okay. Screw head. Of course I'm dropping nuts. It's my signature move. What's up, Mark? Isn't it fun when I hop in and out? Yeah, sorry about that. The monitor went to sleep and I clicked the clicky button. Okay. Route the cable. Boom. Attach the motor. Star pattern. Never forget your star pattern goodness, folks. Star patterns save lives. Okay. This wire goes like this. This cable wrap goes like this. Building printers is like my favorite part of printers, besides printing cool stuff. Okay, and here's where we find out how much of this cable wrap we need. Yep, thingies. I'm the most technically sound YouTuber in the world. I use technical terms like thingies. So if I leave a little bit of slack, okay. Come on, Chris. There we go. And then let's make sure it should go all the way down. Yep. Gonna have all this extra cord. Okay, so that's in there fully. That's in there fully. It's extended. It's not going to catch on anything. You don't want too much because on the way down, it might catch this corner up here. So I'm just making sure I have enough in there where it won't catch that and it's not going to become troublesome. So let's grab my crimpity tools. Okay. Of course, launched a piece of plastic in my eye, but that's okay. And we need our blowtorch. Because we're going to make those ends look pretty. And hanged angles are very technical. You can rotate the motor so the cables... Oh. Could do that. I might change it up, but for now I'm going to leave it like that. So that fits. Perfect. Emmy, I did. Awesome. So that part's taken care of. I'm just going to attach that with a zip tie for now, because I didn't print that one piece, or at least not a spare for it, so that way I can find it easily. So what can I zip tie it to? There's nothing really I can zip tie it to keep it there. Oh well, but this will remind me. There's just a piece of zip tie up here, randomly placed. Haha. I'm going to use just a regular 2004 display. And as you can see, I have extra cable everywhere. So this is good. Plenty of room for cabling. Proper cabling techniques. Okay. Oh yeah, wow. Wow, there's a lot of extra cable. Okay. Okay. We'll take care of that. That's good. The next step is going to start working on the extruder axis. So let's bring this thing down. And let's start building the extruder. So in this fancy box are my X-axis bits. The carriage bits, that is. What's up, Sergio? Oh, Sergio's trying to start a war. A super chat war. Thank you, Sergio. You're most kind and generous, sir. It is the turbo. There is room for an SSR. Hey, what's up, Rosie? All right. Oh, the JSTs are super fun. Don't anyone tell you differently. So, Chris needs to pop some things apart. He's going to rebuild this mosquito. Okay, and one more screw is hidden right there. Okay, pop those bits out. Pop that bit out. Pop this out. Okay. And let's see here. Ouch, itchy. Chris needs to find the rest of the bits for this. Let me make sure there's nothing inside this box. This is his box of BMG parts. So he's going to go through and make sure there's nothing in here that he needs. I think he's good. I'm going to make sure I don't need any of those. Okay, and then in this box is the actual stuff for building things. So here is a Hotend. Here is some cables. Here's some more Hotend bits. Here's a Bondtech extruder wire. Here is those things. Here's this thing. And this thing. And more extruder wire. This thing. And a fan shroud. And a T-bar. And I'm going to yank some things from that. Here's the front piece. Spare thingies. That holds a fan shroud in place. All right, we're getting there. Oh, here's the sensor that we need, the filament sensor. Here's the cable wire holder. Here's a Pinda version 2.0. And here is a top for a Bowden tube. And that should do it. Okay. Let's see. Strudel extruder. What? So in this box is a Mosquito Magnum. It's so pretty. On it already is a Bondtech 0.6 degree brass nozzle. Here's all our attachment tools. Here's a fancy orange creamsicle sucker. So let's put that away. And let's get to building. So Chris needs to attach a T-bar to this. So Bondtech uses a T-bar, and that T-bar sits inside these cavities to hold the mosquito in place. That way it doesn't rotate all funny on you. So it's going to go that way. So let's get some screws and attach this on there. Let's see, that's the Bondtech screws. I need the Mosquito screws. There they are. They have the attachment things. And what's nice about this is that it allows the one-handed screwing and unscrewing operation. If you use the correct Allen key, we can attach that T-bar on there, and then I can show you better. Okay, one more. Strange stepper motor. Oh, yeah. That's an LDO custom stepper motor. So if you want gearing on any extruder, this is a planetary geared extruder motor. So it's a 3.7 to 1 planetary geared pancake extruder motor. So this is your basically like your Bondtech is 3 to 1. This is 3.7 to 1. Pretty neat technology, let me tell you right there. Yoink! Stealing that Bondtech gear. And we're going to stick that Bondtech gear on this thing. Because we're crafty like that. Okay. Now, Bondtech does include the PTFE tube we need. So we're going to grab that out of here. PTFE tube. What? Llama's talking. Sup, we're cocky. To take a file to the Hotend to scratch it up before a photo shoot. Oh, yes. I will take a file to it. I love that that's the argument now. I took a file to the Hotend. Not the Hotend is a pile of poo. Got it. Okay. Attach our motor on here. Let's see here. There are our attachment screws. Okay. And I have misplaced. I'll just grab another one. I have multiple drivers. Easy enough to find one that I need. Probably shouldn't have just thrown everything onto the table here, because now I don't know which one's which for what. Okay, I'm gonna put this to the side real quick and start digging for tools. Ah, there's one of them that I need. It's inside there. Llama's laughing. Llama is laughing. You know it's a good day when you get a llama to laugh. It's better than making a llama cry, let me tell you that. What's weird is if we replay the video, the scratches were on there when I got the Hotend and I opened up in front of everybody. And they're not scratches. They're actually machining marks on the material, and the plating is over those indentations, not the other way around. But that's okay. It's a pile of poo. Ooh, Chris Travis found the magical unicorn. That's good. All right, where's that longer screw? Yep, that's the one. All right, so we have a motor attached. We have the Mosquito Magnum in there, made in the USA. Next up is attaching this gearing. Fits wonderfully. I do not have the Bondtech gear fully tightened because I need to align it. But we'll do that now. So make sure everything's in there. Oh, we need that one square nut. There's that one magical square nut that needs to go right there. Imperial uses nylon line heat brakes. Why would anyone want to use a nylon? Oh, you mean PTFE lined? I was going to say. A little bit different there. There we go. Square nut gets buried in here. Come on. Come on, dexterity. Oh, it's magnetized. Thank you. I was like trying to shove this thing in here. It kept coming out. I'm like, how are you coming out? There we go. Now, do we need to insert anything into this? Nope. Oh, there does a hex nut does go in there. I will take this hex nut right here and insert it in there. So much faster if I do it out of my parts bin. Boom. And a square nut goes from the back side to hold the pin to probe in. We're getting there. Oh, put the Bondtech gear on backwards. Why isn't that going in? Oh yeah. Maybe because the Bondtech's on backwards. I guess are gross. Too sloppy. Whoop. The Schrodinger scratches, both there and not there until you look for them. Not wrong about that. Till you look close enough, you might not see the fact that it's all damaged before you even got it. What? What the poo-poo? Swear I'm screwing that in. Oh, that makes sense. The wrong size driver. There's 103 of you today. Must be a boring Sunday. I appreciate all of you stopping by and hanging out. Once I finish building this hot end, we can move on to more wiring. Maybe it was just itchy. That is correct, sir. Okay, that does fit well. I'm just going to line the Bondtech gear. Come here, Bondtech gear. Let's get you partially aligned. Whoa, we got Devin. It's always that one thing in the Bondtech extruder that I never can figure out why it doesn't want to like fit all the way in like I want it to fit all the way in. Still need to attach the filament sensor, but I'm just doing a little fitment test here. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's tighten this Bondtech gear in finally. Okay, or not. Don't be mad at me, Bondtech gear. I just want to stick you in the hole. Nice. Okay. Whoop. What did I just drop? I don't like that I dropped something, people. My basement floor is like a vacuum cleaner. Gets lost. I would love to have more camera angles, but this software doesn't allow for more camera angles. At least not easily. I have to get a single computer for each camera angle. I'm working on it though. I'm gonna have to figure this out in a little bit. Let me pop this thing out and see what happens. Okay. That's good. And then if I pop this thing back in. Okay. This is where it becomes a nightmare. Just dropped a sick beat. Oh yeah. Sick beats are the best. There we go. Okay. So my alignment is just a little bit off on that Bondtech bearing. And it's causing it to be all poopified. Oop, that's the wrong one. Where's my proper Allen key? There it is. XSplit, you say? And over the I have an overhead right here. I'll have to take a look at this XSplit magic that they speak of. There we go. Okay. Now we're aligned. That was a pain in my butt. Okay, square nuts there. There's a square nut that fell out over here. Where'd it go? Square nut, where did you go? No big deal. Okay. While that's brewing right here, I need to grab the manual for the Zaribo. So, Zaribo.com and upgrade kits. Build manual. There we go. Build manual. English. Scrolling down, let me go ahead and share screen here. Boom. Boom. And boom. So we need to get to the extruder part. Okay, we've got that part. Extruder cables. Yep, we can't do that yet. Can't do that yet. Went too far. Went too far. Power supply. We did that. We did all that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hotend assembly. Does it have the extruder? Yep, here's the Bondtech stuff. Okay, and then the mounting for it. Okay. Okay, this is where I need to be. Oop, too far. Not gonna do that just yet. I guess I will do that stuff. We'll attach all the wiring goodness. So this is where we attached the Hotend and the little T-bar, as you can see the T-bar. And now we're gonna add some boron nitride paste in some very specific places. And I have a slice thermistor here, which is a little different than what's on the guide. Slice thermistor. And the spacer. Okay, let's remove this screw. Okay. And boom. Okay. And inside this box down here, I've got a little wand to put some of that stuff in there. Boron nitride paste. It's what all the cool kids are using. I know OBS. But the XSplit sounds neat. So he's going to look into XSplit so he can add, because I got other camera angles. I have one other camera angle. It's right above me. So some boron nitride paste. And get that on my little tool here. Put that in where the thermistor would go. Okay. Insert the thermistor. Get a paper towel that I don't seem to have next to me. Here we go. Use this cleaning swab to remove the excess from around the edge there. Okay. And then we need the good old slice heater cartridge, 50 watt, because if we're going to be printing fast, we're going to need a nice thick layer of boron nitride paste and a nice high-powered heater cartridge. Yeah, Shane, I can try it out. So we're basically just spreading on some of that boron nitride paste on the inside here. And then we're going to put some on the outside. Cardio at the gym, more fun. I'm going to tell everyone that I make everyone's cardio more fun with my words and things. Okay, so we'll place that inside of there. Good to go. Double checking, yep. And then we'll clean this tool off. We'll clean off some of that excess boron nitride paste with it. Not too worried about it. And then we'll set that screw back in. So we've attached the goodies as seen on picture number 400. Now mine's a lot better because these all have quick disconnects on it. So we're at this step. Everything's good to go. Clean off some of this extra excess boron nitride paste on this side from the injection. And we'll leave that to dry. Okay, scrolling down. I don't have a V6. Haha, old technology. Bondtech extruder. Okay, let's put the cap back on my boron nitride paste. Highly recommend it. I have 2 of them. I actually have 3 of them. So it is the good stuff. If you buy 1 tube, it'll last you a lifetime of Hotend changes. All right, and that's good. I'll leave this thing out because I'll need that to wire to there. Okay, so putting that square nut back in. Let me grab some from this kit here. Still don't get y'all with biscuits and gravy. Just you're weird. They don't get soggy. They stay crispy. They stay crispy. If they're getting soggy, you're doing it wrong. Like, the gravy should be thick and not, like, absorbing deeply inside of the biscuit to make it soggy. Oh yeah, the copperheads are thermally amazing, so you should have a good time with that. Okay, let's build the part with the magnet here. I've always got spare Prusa magnets right here. So one magnet here. Make sure that fits tightly inside of this. They're just bad dumpling. What? What is this? What is this nonsense? Who is this man? Who let him in here? Oh, that's probably me. Dang it. I can only blame myself for these digressions. Indigestion. Okay. We'll insert that bad boy as seen on step number 435. We're going to get a screw. Yeah, see, Devin knows. I knew Devin would like biscuits and gravy. She's from Texas. Come on now. Get in there, you M3 screw. Okay. Wrong length M3 screw. M316. Yep, that definitely wasn't an M316. To speed this up, I'm just going to grab an M316 out of my very organized drawer of things. There we go. Much faster when you have a drawer of things next to you where everything is very well organized for builds. Okay, make sure that isn't too wobbly. It is. Still too wobbly. Okay. Now we gotta stick the long magnet in, and it's gotta be so it pushes away. Still too tight if the magnet isn't pushing it away. There we go. Okay. Awesome. Now let's insert. Yep, got that. Oh, hasn't done me inserting that thing yet. In my fancy box that I keep moving left and right of me, there should be a filament sensor in here. Unless I pulled it out. I did. There's a filament sensor, if I ever did see one. Okay. Tiny screw to attach that should be in my filament sensor box. I have a box for everything. There it is. Filament sensor box. Do I have a tiny screw in here? Ooh, I don't. I don't have a tiny filament sensor screw. I do have the cable I need for it. So let's try a different container. Just checking something out. Maybe I got the right. That might work. Might work. Probably won't. Okay. Super tiny screw to attach the filament sensor. Things Chris didn't think about. Tiny screw for filament sensor. He got the filament sensor. He didn't remember the tiny screw. So let me check my magical drawer of goodies here. Because sometimes Chris puts extra things in these drawers. Here's an extra filament sensor cable. Here's a spare kit of parts. It's a Prusa spare kit. MK3S upgrade spare. There it is! Spare extruder bag. Always keep a spare extruder bag. Because inside here is the super teeny tiny screw that I need to attach the filament sensor to this. Normally you'd be harvesting this from your Prusa. I am not harvesting this from a Prusa, so. Tiny Allen key. Oh, too tiny. A box for my box? It reminds me of Cards Against Humanity, where you got a box within a box card. Okay. Now I need a bag of ball bearings. Here are my spare Mark III filament sensor bearings. My sanity's gone well weast. Okay, now let's test the filament sensor. Insert this little rod here. That'll work. No binding or anything. Good to go. So, yep, that's taken care of. Oop, I keep dropping that square nut. Quit dropping that square nut, Mr. Chris. Such a bad boy. Oop. What? Thank you, Kyle Davis. See, Sergio, someone else joined in on the super chat action. Come on. There we go. And then we'll install this. Okay, that all works. Where's my hot end that's been drying over here? Perfecto. Insert that. Take this. And put it together. I tried sanity, but my other personality said no. You ain't wrong, Jimmy. Come on, you can do it, Chris. Put it together. There we go. There we go. We got it. All right. That's together. Oh, we're not doing that one. Yep, check all the parts are installed. Yep, put it together. Yep. Did it. I'm so good at this. Not really. So we have this back plate to put on. We're not going to install this yet. I have an order that I do everything in. I'd rather do the X carriage right now. Let's see here. Oh, look at that. Stick a square nut in this hole. Boom. Okay. That does align perfectly. Yep, wire cover. Good to go. Should be able to get all the wires in there. All the wires should work in there. Okay, let's work on putting hex nuts into here. Ooh, an IDEX Prusa Mark III would lose so much build volume. That's all I'm going to say about it. So much build volume loss. Okay. M3 hex nuts. Let's see here. M3 hex nuts. 7 of them. 7 M3 hex. My desk is getting messy. So $2 from Imperial Terrain. Highest print quality at highest speed rig you have. Well, I tested a crazy thing, which was I printed at 200 millimeters per second actual speed on a Mark III Bear. It was SKR though. Got an 1/8 nut to fasten the nylon. I'm learning. You could extend the x-axis. There you go, Dan B. Let's see here. Let's see. This is the bottom. This is the top plate. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, Chris is going to get a longer screw here to finish this thing off. M320. Kyle does have a very fast Ender 5. Mind you, it's not a stock Ender 5. It's a Core XY Ender 5. So he's got a special Ender 5. Okay, there we go. Why is it twisting? Installing a hex nut should not be this hard, but I'm making it difficult on myself. Oh, I'm just trying to embed this hex nut. It's making me angry. I'm going to grab a different hex nut. Maybe that one is just cursed. There we go. And M325, so I can just tighten that hex nut in there. Just want to tighten it in there. That's all I want to do. So it's beautifully. There we go. Okay. Okay. Hey, get in there. Okay. Gonna use the old tool here. Okay. Looking like 100 likes. What? That's Captain Insano. There's only 99 people here. Okay, that is all in place. So this flips this way. Time to install some things. All right. In the lower right hole. Fasten M340, lower left hole. We've got all these things in here. M310s. M310s. I remember that bag. I bet you I can find that just by looking for it. M312s, M316, M322s, M314s. I think the M310s fell out. Yep, there it is. Oh. Boo-boo. I never installed the square nut in there. Got it. Okay, fancy square nut. Where is my fancy square nut? Come here. Come here. All right, let's use a tool. Yes, Kyle does have it on his Thingiverse page. It's pretty crazy. He was pushing it pretty hard on stream not too long ago. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Oh. Well, those hex nuts aren't staying. Well, a few of them aren't staying. Need tighter tolerances. Tighter tolerances. What's going on, chat? Jump in the deep end. This is true. Well, it comes with everything. Like, this is pretty pimped out system right here. Actually, you know, let me grab the smaller tool and actually get that nut all the way in there. Yep, that is centered. Centered. M312, M310 cap head, flathead, M310. Most of them fell out of the bag, but that's okay. Definitely not 1,000. You can only reach 1,000 with a Nova. Just know that. Okay, that screw's inserted. That screw's inserted. Okay. And M340s. Huh. My go-to? They all have to be my go-tos. Because I end up using almost all of them for getting work done. Oh yeah. What is blocking said hole? Everything else is fitting in nicely. There we go. Oh. Really have everything. Ooh. 15mm linear Zaribo. I've seen a couple linear Zaribos, and I've seen a couple linear bears, and they make me drool. I do really like linear rails. Mind you, I have not seen a vast improvement, but they are super beautiful. There we go. Glorious. Glorious. Okay. Now, if I unscrew this, just doing a quick fitment test here, and I unscrew this, I unscrew this one. Normally what you can do with these is if you unscrew 3 screws, you should be able to fully take the front plate off. Yep. This is no different. Oh, you just gotta make sure this is out all the way. Awesome. So all I did was confirm that this still has the 3 screw removal. Because one of the things I really like about the Bondtech is being able to access everything quickly. And one of those things is being able to just remove 3 screws, and you're able to take the entire front plate off, and you can access everything that you need to repair, or if like there's a clog or there's a jam or anything like that. Now, mind you, I've never had one of those on a Mosquito Hotend, but it's nice to see that that stayed, because that was one of my favorite features, if not, I mean, besides the fact that it works and it does a really good job, one of my favorite features of the Hotend was being able to strip it apart really quickly. And the Zaribo kept that 3 screw ease of use. So good to go. All right, let's put those 3 screws back in. 1, 2. So then find the IGUS carbon rails anywhere to order anywhere. What? Should try harder. Okay. And then see, now that it's all together, it's much easier to put back together. Okay, and last screw. Yes. Bondtech extruder with Mosquito Magnum add-on. So it's a Prusa extruder with a built-in Mosquito Magnum add-on. And you just buy the Magnum. Okay. And there it is again. So just 3 screws. So removing this top corner screw and the 2 center screws, the front plate will pop off. There is a 4th screw down here that you can use for attaching all the goodness. Let's see if that's still the M312. Yep, still an M312. Cool. Cool. Good evening. The wiring is going good. We're at the extruder part. I need to attach the Bondtech gear here. So let's find this Bondtech gear. I also need to find a steel army posty thingy. Where is that hiding? I have all these extra Bondtech parts. Again, I'm stealing bits and pieces to make this work. So this was a Bondtech Mosquito upgrade. Stole some gears from another extruder. I had to order some extra components. So I got the tool there. I've got the gears here. I've got the pre-greased needle bearings. Chris needs to dig through his box of goodies and find that one pin to attach the arm to. Let's see here. Where's that little arm at? Needle bearing, PTFE tube. There's an arm. No rod. Let's see, here's another one. No rod. Here's another one. And no rod. I got a spring and a tensioner and a clip. I got all the good stuff in there. And I got more bits. I need a smooth rod. See if one of these will work. Are you long enough? I don't think you are. Let's find out. It's the right size. It is not the right length. Won't reach. All right. Let's look in more parts bins. Dun dun dun. Let's see here. Ooh, wait. Should be able to steal out of this. Should be is the operative word here. Okay. Okay. Put that back in the box. And Chris has spares of everything. That is the correct length. Look at that. Look at that. Whoop. Come here, buddy. Oh, don't want to lose these greased needle bearings. Okay, needle bearings back in. Line that up there. And boom. Look at that. And then we'll take this And we'll put that arm on there. Oh, I already have 3 mosquito Hotends on printers. I know I'll love this one. Okay. So now we have this. We need to attach a fan and some other goodies. So in this bag, I've purchased my fans I'm going to be using for this. So I've got a Mechatronics. Let's see, this is a 24-volt DC fan, 2-wire. So Mechatronics fan. Where do you keep the spare beard? It's in the closet with all my other spare bits and pieces of me. So Mechatronics fan. Extruder wire fan. Let's see, extruder fan right here, or extruder power extruder wiring cable right here. Attach that right here. Boom. Put that in there. Mechatronics fan. Goes right here, but I like to loop it this way. All right. Yeah. And let's see here. These M310s will work. Okay, M310. And come on, M310. That's a 12. No, that's a 10. Okay. Boom. I'm only going to put 2 screws in for now. There's our Mechatronics fan. Ultra powerful. It's amazing. It cools like a champ. Next up is the cooling fan. Now, this is going to be interesting. Where did that go? Where did that go? Okay. That was the Mechatronics fan. Oh, there they are. It's like, where's the fans? They're in this pink baggie. All right, so in here are some Mechatronics 12-volt fans, and you're probably like, "Oh my gosh, Chris, you're gonna fry your fans because you're gonna be running 24-watt with 12-watt fans." I got a Marlin trick for you. One thing I do have to do is scrape off some excess material. How noisy is this fan? It's actually pretty quiet. And with Marlin, you can trim it to be quieter if you want to. If it's too powerful, just trim it. Make it less noisy. So basically what I'm doing is I'm scraping this little, they got this little ridge. And that ridge actually is 51 millimeters. So it won't fit into the fan shroud with this ridge. So I'm just peeling a little bit of this ridge off from the back of the fan. You'll never see this repair job that you did. Well, this is how you make the Mechatronics fit in here. And again, this is a 12-volt fan, even though we're running 24-volt. And there's no jumper on the SKR. And you're all going to be like, oh, you're going to fry your board. And I'm like, or fry your fan. And I'm going to be like, no, I'm not going to fry my fan. And with that, oop, wrong direction. Let's see if that fits good enough. Is that snug? That is as snug as a bug in a rug. Let's see. Anything else you need to trim? Nope, that goes all the way down to where it needs to. That stops where, oh, actually, this little nipple needs to pop off. There we go. Now it goes all the way in there. Perfect. So let's get this arm attached on here. fry bacon, not fan. Just too sincere. Nope, not doing that. There's a better trick. M3 6. Snug as a bug in a beard, you mean? Correct. Okay. That's in there. I just realized there's another screw here to attach. Okay. Look at this, an M3 35 or a 40 down here. 35. Again, I'm just grabbing random screws because it's just much faster for me to grab the length I need, especially since it's going to be covered up by the fan. Okay. Hex nut. Boom. Hex nut. Oop. Don't you start with me. There we go. Attaching the fan. Okay. Attaching the fan. Running the wires. Okay. Installing a pinda. Okay. Grabbing the correct length screw. Okay. So now we've attached the fan and that. I'm going to leave the fan shroud off because that'll allow me to get the nozzle height and everything fixed. Let me get a zip tie here. Let me grab one of these purple zip ties because, you know what, purple's a good color. Purple is a good color. This will hold the pinda wire in place. Oh, you know what, I need to put the fan wire in there too. Fan wire. I like to hold both with this technique. That way nothing gets all shifted on me when I'm printing. Okay, that goes there. Zip tie time. Okay. And clippy clip. All right, so we've got a motor. We got the motor wire. We got a blower fan, mechatronics. We got a mechatronics cooling fan. 24 volt, 12 volt. Don't worry about the 12 volt. We got a slice thermistor, slice heater cartridge, pin to V2. So we are getting there. Got it all set up. What's next? Attaching the extruder, 4 M3 18 screws, and I'm guessing I need M3 22s, going off of what Wolfgang said. So 22 M3 14s, M3 22s, M3 16s, M3 25, cap screws, M3 22s. There they are. And we're going to attach that top plate to make it work. Got you, fam. Oop. So I need this top plate, and I need some awesomeness here. So let's make this work. Look at that. So and it does use one long bearing. Let me actually remove this from the screen. Stop share. So this goes here. This goes like this. And this goes like this. Oh, that fits perfectly. This is the top plate. That also fits perfectly. And we'll put this bottom screw in. Okay. M322. Just gonna put the two corner ones on for now. And did I grab more? There they are, M322s. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't put the right fan in, which may happen to me, but it won't. Okay. Oh, that is smooth. Oh, oh, that is smooth. 10mm rod with one long 10mm bearing up there. That is way smoother than your regular Prusa. Wowzers. 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 Okay. I'm going to attach some things. Let's see. Let's see, what do I got here? I think I might have misplaced something I'm going to need. I'm going to eat one of these gummy bear thingies. I've done so well. So I don't forget, I'm going to use my slice torque wrench. I'm going to torque down my nozzle. It's a perfect time for this. Oh, can't use it. It's a 7mm thread. Just need to tighten that down a little bit. Oop, wrong way. Wait, no, that was the right way. I'm just backwards to where I normally would be standing. Best part of a mosquito, you can tighten the nozzle cold and remove it cold, and the whole thing's not going to fall apart on you. So the nozzle is in, that's in. I'm going to put the cable on, the belt on. Let's see here. Got some more GT3 belt here, because we fancy like that. GT3 belt. Actual Gates GT3 belt. So let's cut that off. And they seem to have an arrow placed on where it needs to go. Okay. Let's see here. Oh man, that printed part is so well printed. That response sounded fabricated to me. Everyone in their fabrication. How's it going, Mr. Carl? How's your CR30? Or whatever they're going to call it. That is super smooth. That is beautimous. Now somewhere I set down from the last little idler arm dealio. So I gotta find where I left that idler arm dealio. I put it in this small box. I did. This is what I was talking about. Little printed idler arm. Oops. Scraping. Didn't mean to do that. I apologize. Okay. So the belt goes like this. It goes like this. Okay. And then Chris needs a screw. Oh, he also needs a hex nut. Let's not get carried away, Chris. You need a hex nut well before you need a screw. Let's see here. Where is my... There they are. You look and there it is. Provided to you are these beautiful nylocks. Set that in there. Okay. Okay. That goes there. Okay, I need a washer. What screw length do I need here? That's the question. Kind of going in and out of order. Remember, this is not a stock Zaribo. So the way my brain works and the way I built things is a little different. Let's see if it's got the... There's the belt. Insert the XY belt, tensioner through the idler, through there, around there. There it is. What's the tensioner? What's the length? Insert two M312 screws. But what length? Insert. Yep. Uh-huh. Insert the XY belt tensioner in. Yep. But what side screw is it? What's up, Stephen London? I need the screw to attach the idler. I must know. I must know. Why forth I not know? No, I am so sad. Okay. We'll play the game of guesstimation. I'm going to grab an M325. What's up, Jeff? Oh, neck. You can pop that back into place. I think an M325 is way too long. Ah, M318. Thank you. That makes me happy. I'm jumping out of order, so I don't know if it's just not there or I missed it. And I apologize for everyone who's using this as a build guide. But it's sort of... Yes, the other one's more of a build guide. This is more of, I need to figure this out. Because Chris needs to write the firmware for this. And if he doesn't know where things are or how it's done, he confuses himself very quickly. All right. Filament path is easy because you're greasy. Okay. All right, one tooth too many. Okay. Now we'll loosen this thing up. Oh man, that goes in there just right. Someone designed this thing correctly, and then someone printed it correctly. Oh wow. That's nice. Okay. Is there a build guide for the Haribo? Oh, this little tag ends of GT3 belt. Okay. So these two come over. These two come over. Okay. They'll stay under. And the only thing left is a filament sensor cable, which is... Oh, I pulled it out. It's in a tiny bag. Ah, there it is. 3-wire filament sensor cable. So that goes there. Okay. That goes in that little slot there. That's good. Okay. Sorry if I missed this, but are you announcing, declaring where you are your wiring? I will be, yes. And I have a wiring guide. If you go to the GitHub that I posted down there below, it has a wiring guide. So it shows you where I'm wiring everything. Let me head to it. github.com/me. Share screen. GitHub. So let's make that. Can I make it bigger? There we go. So SKR Bear Marlin. If I scroll down, this is the little README. And the README has a wiring guide. Boom. So if we scroll down the wiring guide, so here's that third jumper stays. Here's how the wiring is done: blue, red, green, black. Here's where each goes. So x-axis, y-axis, z-axis, left motor axis. That's the one that's closest to you. Extruder, Z2, which is the one furthest from you, is the bottom one. How to wire the Pinda. How to wire a BL Touch if you want to use that. How to do the filament runout sensor. And then where everything is, the only difference is Hotend cooling fan is going to go to HE1. And this is the board. Where have you talked about PM12 fan? Yes, Tobias. I will get there when we get there. When we start doing firmware, you will see how I make the 12-volt work. Okay, so we will make me more bigger. And now Zaribo includes a bunch of extension wires. Actually, it looks like there's one whole brand new filament sensor wire. Let me see what's in this little baggie. Let's see here. There's a filament sensor wire. There's 2 filament sensor wires. Okay, are they longer? Are they more longer? They are the same length. Okay, that's weird. So they include 2 filament sensor wires that are the same length as the one that's already included. What do we got here? We got a Pinda cable. We have an extension for the fans, which we're going to make our own fan wiring cable. And we got motor extensions, which we won't use. So we won't need the motor extensions because we're using motors that have wires that are already way longer than they need to be. So I'll throw that in the box. We won't need the fan extensions because I'm making my own fan wires. Actually, those were thermistor ones. I'm making my own thermistor wires as well. These are for the fans. I can't use those anyway because we're using 2-wire fans. So the extensions I won't need the extensions. We won't need these. Won't need it. So next thing up is to raise this all the way back to the top again. Okay. And now we can figure out our wire lengths. So let's go ahead and make fan wires. So I need 2 fan wires. And filament runout sensor is looking like the only one that might not be long enough. Because it's got to reach to the furthest bottom. It might be long enough. I don't know. It's got to reach the x-axis end stop. Just below that is the E01 detect pin. So we need to reach right here. So the E01 detect. Let me make that bigger. So E01 detect is right here. So I need to reach that with the filament sensor. There we go. Basically. Ooh, could use it. I have to split it apart, so the Pinda actually breaks apart into multiple sections. So if we go back to smaller, bigger, I steal 5 volt from because there is 5 volt on servo, but it's not a true 5 volt. I see it fluctuating, and that's for the BL Touch. So we don't use the servo 5 volt. We use the 5 volt off the Z end stop. Then we use the probe pin, and then we use the thermistor over here, so the additional thermistor. So, unfortunately, the extensions won't do me much good on that one. I'll have to make my own cable, which I have plenty of wiring for. It's not a big deal. And I know the slice engineering cable is going to be more than long enough. So let's go ahead and get a little bit more organized. So, recycling, 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 garbage, because that's not recyclable. That stays, this stays, this stays, this stays. This goes put away. I already used that. This can go in here for now. Fan shroud can go in there as well. The back plate, extra thing, extra nozzle will go here for now. This bag I like. I'm going to keep that. That could be used for stuff later. This bag I'll keep. Okay. Put this away. Time to start making cables. Oh, look at this. Here's a little extension cable. I can use this. This is a 5-wire. So if I want to use this for making a longer Pinda cable, I can. So good to go. Move that over there. Can't use this. Didn't use a slice nozzle. Okay. And this. Let's go back to the Zaribo manual. See if we missed anything. Nylon. Oh, thank you, Zaribo TV. Appreciate the 20 euros. I'll use that to buy more tacos and more parts for printers. I think I get 1 taco and a bunch of parts for printers out of that. Okay. Let's just pick something to make wires for. I've got a box of extra stuff. So here's an extra. What I normally do is I steal thermistor cables. But I actually have some proper wire here. Yep, here's some 26 gauge soft silicone wire in red and in black. So we'll make some long extension cables for that. Let's see, for the Pinda, we'll use this extra piece of, I keep all my wires, so here's an extra piece of wire, boom. And what else can I do? What's up, Dan? Make sure Dan didn't message me saying he's outside my house. Okay. Dave is over there talking about lizard people. Telling you, it's mole people. That's the next thing that's hitting the world is mole people. All right. And we need to get my wiring kit. And again, super organized wiring kit. We've got 3, 4, and 2. Or sorry, yeah, 4, 3, and 2 JSTs, 2.5. I've got Pinda extensions. I've got all the little fancy clips. I've got my, I use these for fans. Those are just power connectors for RC cars. So we're going to start with making some fan extenders. So I need 2 of these, 2 of those bad boys. And I need the wiring jobbers for them. That's over here. These longer ones, isn't it? I can never remember. Nope, they're these. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's 2 of each. 5 is fine. 3 o'clock now. 2, 3, 4. Need 1 more male or female. 1 more female JST crimpy. Okay. Again, I won't know what length I need, so I'm just going to make these extra long. And Chris needs his tools. Cannot use an auto. Do not use the auto crimper. Please do not use the auto crimper for this. I also need my JST tool. This is the small one you want. This is the IWIS. Has the smaller tips for 2.54. This is the SN01BM for 0.0 from AWG 28 to 20. So I'm going to go ahead and strip about 3 millimeters off of each wire. Okay. And get a connector. Insert a connector here. Insert. Okay. Next. Same thing on this one. It's going to be the boring part. I'm going to have to really up my talking time. Okay. So we do the same thing on these cables that are dangling over here. They already are cut and they are already ready to go. So all I need to do is insert the crimp into the crimper, insert the wire, and crimp. Okay. And the same thing on the other wire. Again, I always stick the crimp inside the crimper. That holds it in place. It's not going to go anywhere. Use my other hand to insert the wire and crimp. And then make sure to go back in and straighten everything. Sometimes I'll put a little bend in stuff. So let's take a look at our wire ends. So now if you have issues where you try to crimp and it decides that it wants to fall apart on you, typically means you crimped it too far. So next time you go in, come on, get in there. These thin wires are always my favoritist. Sergio, you already know how to do all this. Don't you start with me. All right, little nipple, stay up. There we go. Okay, where's my small little tool so I can impact that? Okay, red wire time. Okay, that one's attached. So now what I do is I'm going to check where the connector goes to make sure the red wire goes where the red wire needs to go. So if I do this, red wire's on the left. So red wire goes on this side. Okay, black wire goes on this side. And check that it connects. It does. And then I'm just going to pull out some excess wire here. The amount doesn't matter, because I'm just grabbing a whole bunch of extra wire, and I'm going to, once I get the cable bundle all set, I will crimp it to the right length. Ooh, man. I just want that thing that Elite Machine Works has, where he just like hits a button and it makes the cables for him. That's what I want. Okay, repeat. So we're going to cut the ends off of this using, and again, it's about 3 millimeters is all you're going to take off, maybe 4. You don't need a lot. A lot of people will cut too much off, and that's why it doesn't work correctly. Sticking the crimp in the tool. And it is ratcheted, so once you get it in there, it's not coming back out until you crimp all the way. Okay. This is the iWis SN-01BM. I get them on Amazon. They're like $12 to $15, I think. Specifically for lighter gauge JST. A lot of people buy the wrong one, so Amazon actually suggests the wrong crimper. And even the JST kits come with the wrong crimper. So I highly recommend just buying the crimper by itself and then going to DigiKey and ordering all the connectors, because trust me, that works out way better. Okay, same thing over here, just sticking it in. Crimping. Now, depending on the gauge of the wire, how far you crimp matters. So if you buy one of these and you try to crimp some of these thicker wires like this 28 gauge and you crimp it all the way, you might pinch it so far that it breaks. I like to pinch it until it closes, or until the latch, there's a little like anti-back lash, like there's a lock on the ratchet, so when it breaks that lock, that's usually where I crimp to. And I did that on this one for no reason. So this is smaller gauge wire, you want to crimp that all the way. And we'll insert this thing like it should. So we're going to look at the end, see where the little tab part goes, and make sure that goes in. Of course, sometimes they get a little distorted. So you really got to like bend it into place so it wants to go in. Not a big deal. There we go. That one's all the way in. And this one got a little distorted too from the crimping. It's usually why I don't crimp all the way, because I'll end up bending the crimp. Okay, those are in there. And then we'll confirm the orientation. So red is here on this side. And we'll insert this all the way in. Insert the black one all the way in. And again, just pull out a bunch of wire. Class video ID is, ooh. Okay. And then attach it. And those popped out, so I did not insert them far enough. There we go. Actually, looks like I actually didn't bend it straight. Oh yeah, it's bent downward. My bad. Okay. Fortunately, this is the only thing I'm going to be bad at crimping, are these things. These fan connector, because they're so thin and long. Everything else, for some reason, crimps so much easier. And inserts so much easier than these. Regular JST, I got you all day. Okay. Get the connector back in. Thanks, Bruce. Anytime, man. Okay. Get about as much cable as the other one. Again, I'm giving it way more cable than it really needs. Okay, so those two are done. Pin to probe. It's going to be way too short. I don't know how long that's going to be, but it's going to be short. That's going to be good. The extruder motor is probably going to be short. Extruder motor needs to reach all the way down to here. So I'm going to put the the cable bundle on. That's provided from Zaribo, which is set to the correct length. And I'm going to insert this, run these cables in here, and that'll give me a good idea what the length actually needs to be. So oh yeah, there's going to be some extensions needed. Okay. So if I did all that magic, The filament sensor can barely reach. The extruder motor and the Pinda probe have a while to go. So Chris needs to make 2 extension cables. And again, if you go in the wiring, if you go to my bill of materials, so if we go back, the bill of materials, Pinda and fans, let's see here, Pinda, here it is. This Molex SL, this is a female Molex SL connector. You'll just pick up an extra one of these and that will still work for the motors. So I'm going to go ahead and make some extensions for motors and for a Pinda here. I got a actual wire here for another motor. Again, I'm going to make this longer than I need. And then I'll crimp the JST to it. So inside my fancy kit, I have these female Molex connectors. So I'll need 2 of those, one for the Pinda and one for the extruder motor. And I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need 8 of the crimps so I can make these extension cables. So I had that little wire here a second ago. Will that one be long enough? Will these little guys be long enough for a Pinda? Oh yeah, that'll work. I'll use this for Pinda. I'll use this for the motor. And we'll put the wiring in order here. So if I attach this thing this way to the motor, it is going to be from left to right, black, green, red, blue. So let's go ahead and trim these ends. Still 100 of you in stream, that's crazy. So again, another 2 to 3 millimeters. You don't need a lot for these JST style connectors. A lot of people are pulling like 10 millimeters off and then it doesn't want to actually work. It doesn't want to go inside the connector. You just want to get a couple 2, 3 millimeters off of there and that'll expose all that you need. Same technique we've been using. We're going to insert the actual crimp inside the crimper. Now these will turn out correctly because these are actual Molex. Their crimps and connectors are awesome. They are far superior to JST in terms of quality. And they actually fit correctly in the crimp tool without causing a bunch of weird flex and bend. What? Oh, Tim, you don't have to give me any money for that. It just, you already like, once you apologized, I already was like, hey, that's cool. He apologized. And then I left it alone. Appreciate it. I'll go buy some stuff from the TH3D store because I've done it in the past. I am a customer of yours. I have a whole bunch of the old TH3D flex plates that you had for Prusa style when you're giving them, not giving away, but when you were selling them, and a bunch of titanium heat breaks and stuff. So. But I will have a good stream. I'm working on it. This is a fun build. Now that I'm crimping actual Molex connectors, which are I'm much more fan of these high quality Molex crimps from the old DigiKey. Love me some DigiKey. I always buy stuff. Oh, you already got my attention when you apologized. That's why I haven't said anything. You can buy stuff, just leave the camera in the box. Yes, don't take any pictures of Nova Hotend parts. That's the new thing. Okay. So we just need to remember our order, which I have already forgotten so it's black, green, red, blue. So from this side to this side, we have black. Oh yeah, that fits. Green. Red. A little bit more. There it is. Black, green, red, and blue. All right. All right. There's our extension cable. We're going to go ahead and attach it. Double check. Yep. Red, green, black, red, green, blue. Boom. And there's your nice connected wire. So there's our connection there. And I'm going to leave again. I'm going to leave it loose so that way I know how much length I need. And the next thing to do is make a Pinda extension wire, which is always fun. As are known, but anyhow, when doing a female GST, I suck at DuPont male. Do I stick a DuPont male in it to hold it? No. You should always use JST connectors on JST connectors. I mean, you can shove a DuPont in there if you want. I redo all the connectors to match. I mean, fire safety alert, always use the connector with the correct connector. So if you have a male, female, I see a lot of people will just, shove these wires in there. They're not going to hold. And if they come loose, worst case scenario, it gets hot and gets bad. So get that overhead cam. I know I will get a XSplit and I'll make that happen. That'll be next. So let's make a Pinda extension. I need a blue and a black and white and this purple one. I'll make it work with that. Get rid of that extra white one. This should be long enough. That's really pushing it for long enough. Let me see here. If I make that connection and that should work. If not, I'll make another one. It's not a big deal. It's easy enough to make more wires. I'm just one of those people who love to reuse stuff. So these are old breadboard jumpers. So trim it as close to those old connectors as possible. Throw away the old connectors. And let's get to removing, and we're going to remove it on both sides this time. So each wire, you're going to remove 2 to 3 millimeters from there. Yeah, you can remove the old, like on a board like these. It's easy enough to pop the old JST on and add a female JST or a female DuPont. It's just a Molex SL is what you're looking for. So the Prusa uses Molex SL, which is, I prefer the Molex SL because I like the little locking pin. I don't like having to forcibly pull my wires out. So yeah, the basin floor eats everything. Oh, when holding it, yeah, I use the actual crimper to hold it, but I don't insert it when I wire it in. I like to just hold it manually in my hand and make sure it all fits in there. So, okay, crimping time. So let's do some JSTs. I need 1, 3, and 2 2s. 1, 3, 2 2s, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 JST crimps. Okay, let's do this. Let's do the DuPont side first, or the Molex side first. I keep calling them DuPonts. Molex SL. That is what they are called. They're not DuPont connectors. They are made by DuPont. They're called Molex SLs. Things like that matter, because if you try Googling DuPont connector, you're going to get all kinds of things. Okay. Uno. Dos. These are copper wires. Nice. Okay. 2 more to go, and then I can get the DuPont connection on, the Molex SL female connector on. Yeah, close-up cam would be nice. Like, I want to make a picture guide for wiring this, but basically all I'm doing is putting the actual crimp inside the crimper, and then inserting the wire and making sure it's the right depth. And I verify that by inserting the wire, looking through the other side and making sure the wires are exposed to the part where it actually crimps the stranded wire. Again, you don't want it too long because you're just going to try jamming it in there. It's just going to fluff and you're going to have all these stray wires and it's gross. So this is going to use sensorless homing, which we're going to tune together on live stream, which is always fun. It's always a disaster the first time you try to tune that. So we need to look at our PIN to wires. The wire is white, black, blue, brown. Brown is our 5-volt, so we will use this blue wire. Actually, you know what? Let's use the purple wire. So purple wire will be our 5-volt. And let's look at that connector again. So that's going to be the outside. So purple wire outside. Okay, that's in there. Blue will be blue. And blue is going to be our ground, I believe. Or neutral. There we go. And then black is our signal. And white is our thermistor. We just don't need these things stuck together. So black on black. And white on white. Okay. So let's verify our wiring. So wiring guide. And pin to probe. There it is. Yep, brown is 5-volt. Blue is ground, and black is signal. So I was correct. So my purple over here is going to get a JST connector. It's going to get a 3-pin connector, but I'm only using a single one of the pins. So purple gets one of these. Okay, and then I stick it in a 3-slot. And if we look, you can see that the little inset is, let me get bigger here. So you can see that the inset is on the top. So I need the farthest wire on the outside for this to attach to. Boom, that one's on. And then we're going to do the probe, which is blue, then black, with the steps on the outside. So the teeth, the keyings go on the outside, or to the right. So black and blue. So black goes on top, or blue goes on top, black goes on bottom. Let's crimp that. So blue. Give me your blue. Okay, and then black. You get the connector kit. The connector kit I'm using is actually just DigiKey and ordering all the bits that I need, because that's the cheapest and best way. You're never going to use a 6 or a 12 or an 8 or a 1, so you don't need those weird kits. So literally, if you go to the the GitHub page that's scrolling at the bottom, there's a bill of materials. So I actually have a list of everything right here that you need and where I order it from. So DigiKey and what it's for. So wiring guide. So we need blue on top, black on bottom on this 2-wire configuration. And the keying is on the right-hand side. And there we go. Get in the belly. Okay. And the final one is the, let me scroll down to where we're at, pin to wiring. Final one is the white wire, which is the thermistor wire, which is going to be, if you look at the keying on the thermistor, is actually going to be on the top, but the key is on the left. These wiring guides, very helpful. Learning how to read them is even more helpful. So if I turn the keying this way, it goes here. Okay, back to me. So here's our extender, correctly wired. So we have our 5-volt and our signal and our thermistor. We'll attach that to here. Good to go. Okay. Yeah, that'll reach. I mean, it's just going to reach, but it's going to reach. Happy. All right, next is recrimping all of these motor wires. X-axis, if we scroll back, X-axis is right here at the top. So that needs to be the shortest wire. So let's go ahead and make sure we get the length correct. And I'm going to trim it right there. Okay. And the wiring order for the motors is right here. So it's going to be blue, then red, then green, then black, with the keying at the top. So from left to right with the key at the top, blue, red, green, black. And you might have to change that, but this is, you'll know. If the motor stutters, the outside wires are wrong. If the direction is incorrect, you have to flip everything. So the red and green would flip and the blue and black would flip. But you can just fix that in firmware. You don't need to actually undo anything. So let's get some more JST goodness going. Now that we cut that wire nice and short. So we need a bunch of 4s. Need 5 4-pin JSTs. And we need a boatload of crimps. Bunch of tins. Okay, that's a bunch. Might need more, might need less. I'd rather have more than not enough. Okay, let's pull this out over here. And let's start stripping. I'll go back to full screen on me since nothing else is going on over there. So let's start stripping. Again, 2 to 3 millimeters is all you need. I would go with 3 myself. That's about right for these JST crimps. Again, a lot of people, way too much. And then they're like, this doesn't work. The crimp sucks. It's all fat and won't fit. Well, that's because you crimped it wrong. And again, insert the crimp into the tool. And these are the nice DigiKey ones, so insert the wire. And crimp. And I only go till the actual ratchet. So there's a small ratchet key, and watch, see that little key pops up? When that key pops back in, see how that popped back in? I'll do it again. So this is the lock. That's the lock right there. See if that shows up. There we go. You can see it right there. That's the lock. You'll get to a point and it tucks itself back in. That's as far as you crimp with these thicker gauge wires. So if you then squeeze this thing to poop, you're going to cut the wire, and that's why your thing pops out. Steve, anytime, man. Appreciate you. I'll go towards my XSplit account. Okay. Yeah, so if you've ever been like, why is it when I try to pull my wire out, all my wires come shooting out of my JST connector I just crimped? It's because you crimp too far. Again, this is made for multiple gauges, so these are, again, if you were buying a really nice crimper, this wouldn't be a problem. But we're buying decent crimpers. I wouldn't even consider these good crimpers because you can over crimp the correct gauge of wire with it. So we need to put it in order. So with the keying to the top, it's blue, red, green, white. There's blue, red, green, black. So blue, red, what's up, Pete? Then green, then black. And there we go. That's a proper JST. If you pull on it, the wires aren't going to pop out. We can actually put that in now. If you buy these nice DigiKey ones, they pop in nicely. If you buy the ones off of Amazon, they're 2.54. They will fit. But the 2.54 are a little bit thicker, so when you try to shove them in there, they get stuck and they get hard to put in. So the 2.50 ones that I have in the bill of materials fit way better. Okay, next one's going to be the Y-axis, which that's going to have the most trimming needed. So here's the Y-axis motor. This is the next one in line. I'm going to give it some extra so I can secure it to the side. And right there, it should be good. Dude, there's some $500 crimpers that you can get, but they come with... so all this is a plate. I don't know if you know that. It's just got screws and a plate. And they just have removable plates. These have removable plates, but they're permanently attached. So I have seen some really awesome ones for a few $100s, and it's just a really nice crimper set, and you just slide in different plates. So if you're doing JST or Molex or whatever, they have the plate for it. If you're gonna do spade bits or any of the other stuff, so it is a fun, happy time. So take off again, 2 to 3 millimeters. Wish I made a jig for this. Or if no one's been to the Elite Machine Works Twitter account and seen his auto cable maker tool, I would be making my own motor cables, because I always try to buy motors that have quick disconnects, so I can just disconnect the wire at any moment. Okay, let's get our tin. And start the crimping. I notice I'm not twisting these. I don't want to actually make them smaller. So usually when you twist them, they'll thin out, and that can also make them slide out. I've realized I get better crimps if I leave them loose and just straight. Oh no! Well, the good news is you'll be able to replay it and watch me sit here and crimp. I mean, it already took me like an hour to build a Hotend, even though the Hotend was already assembled. But there's a method to the madness. Ooh, loaves of whole wheat bread in the oven sound fantastic. Bread sounds good. Again, I haven't had a real lunch. I had like a super quick bite and a bowl of cereal for breakfast around 7:30 in the morning. So my body is like, Chris, eat something. And the only thing I have are Haribo gummy bears, which are delicious, provided by Zaribo in their upgrade kit. This channel sponsored by Haribo gummy bears. But not really. Or not at all. Okay. So again, we're going to go blue, red, green, black. So from left to right with the keying at the top. Blue, red, green, black. JST connectors are the best. Not really, but they work. Boom, Y motor attached. Next is the Z furthest away. So right about there should be good. And I do not throw these longer ones away. I can reuse these for extensions for other printers, so they go in my used cable bin. So anytime you trim these wires, again, like here's an old duet wire. I don't throw them away. They go in the box for reuse. And I might as well do the next one. Let me just double check the motor layout. Oh, 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 I did it backwards. So I actually need to crimp it shorter. So the one furthest away goes to E1. Actually, that's not going to be a big deal. And this one goes to, again, leaving enough room to cable manage correctly. Yeah, okay. That one needs the least amount of... That one I'll throw away. I don't keep these. I'll go on the... Oh, I missed the garbage can. Yep. Yeah, so that's Molex SL is your locking DuPont. I've been going over the naming configuration. What's up, Dave? Dude, Dave, McMaster-Carr, did you end up buying just a whole bunch of stuff you didn't needed because everything's so inexpensive? Like, I have bins of M3 hardware and bins of M5 hardware for bears and bins of connectors and stuff. And the shipping is so fast. They are on it. Okay. Boom. Again, I'm going at faster speeds now and talking less about what I'm doing because I think I've described the connection method a few times. So just to speed up this show. If anyone is bored and wants to join the stream now, this is the time you want to join the stream. Let me know. Like Wolfgang, if you want to join the stream and you're there, I'll send you a link to join the stream because this is the part where if I had somebody else to talk to, it'd probably be more interesting. Yeah, next day. They have warehouses all over, especially if you live in the Chicagoland area. Like they have a huge McMaster-Carr warehouse in the burbs. Also, Masumi's out in the burbs. Yeah, the McMaster-Carr system, it's crazy. Their app is awesome. I don't know if they have an Android app. I know they have an iOS app because I use it frequently. And I will just make carts of things in advance. What's up, Kyle? I'm hoping to get someone from Zaribo on here. That way, when I'm talking about printer stuff, I'm talking to someone about it. But we'll see what happens. We'll see if Marathon or can't pronounce his name, or Wolfgang want to join in and join the party, I'm going to give them first dibs. Okay. Now the one furthest away. Well, I explained why it's too hyped. Now, I believe it's a good hot end. I totally believe that the hot end's going to work fine and it's going to print, and I'm not going to have any issues printing. My issues is the hype was too high. And I just shared some images of the machining quality, and it's not what I would consider as good as advertised. So I don't say don't buy it. I just say the hype is too high. The promises are too promisey. It's hard to say if it's worth or not, because again, I haven't done. All I've done now, I've finished the thermal tests. I compared it and the Copperhead in thermal tests. And I've done an overview of the packaging and what you get and the costs. Again, it's a minimum $175 for the hot end. And that's just really expensive. Like, you cannot use anything from RepRap. You can't use any nozzle, any heat break, any heat sink. And I mean, there's good reasons for it. Like, if you're going to make something specialized that needs to be better, yeah, that makes sense. But it has to be better, and it has to be, you know, way better than what's out there if you're going to hype it up and then like make it incompatible with everything. I mean, you can't even use a RepRap heater cartridge or thermistor. So I had to make my own table in firmware and just to do the thermal testing and stuff. So that was fun. That was super fun. Yeah, but Apple doesn't go out and say nothing is better and saying the reason why this is, like when Vlad said the reason that E3D is lowering the prices on their titanium heat breaks is because of him. I don't think it's because of him. I think that's just a outlandish claim that you can't confirm. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. So again, I don't think it's a bad hot end. I think the advertising and the promotion of it is bad. Okay. So I got these random wires coming out of here, and one of them is for an extruder. Let's make the extruder cable here. Hey, get out of there. Get out of there. Where's my extruder cable? That's a Pinda. Here's an extruder. Okay, so if I put that right here, I need, about that much cable. Someone say wiring? I did, because I'm wiring right now. Wiring like a madman. Dario, yeah, he blocked literally everyone that's asked for proof. Like, I mean, and he sends, like, it depends on what proof you ask. Like, I asked him when I got blocked, I was pointing out that his videos weren't actually the right speed. Like, you say this is print at 300 millimeters per second, but the distance is less than 300 millimeters and is taking over 3 seconds to move from point A to point B. How can that be 300 millimeters per second when it's actually more like 100? So, it just depends on what you ask him. If you challenge his statements, he blocks you. And, he complains that nobody wants to review his hot end. And it's like, but you block everyone and you make outlandish claims like this is the best thing in the world. It's really hard to review something that you claim is the best thing in the world because, what is it? Like, what is my definition of the best thing in the world compared to yours? Like, this is all hypothetical opinions, you know. The Hotend is just a giant walking opinion of one man who makes it, and nobody credible is printing with that Hotend. So it's like, okay, what? How do we figure out if it's actually any good? So, and then you get blocked if you ask these questions. So, again, I'm not saying don't buy it. I think it's a perfectly capable Hotend. It just doesn't live up to the hype. It's probably better than a V6. All right, one last one. So blue, then red. Guess only reviewers are using his Hotend. Yeah, you can't print at those speeds all the time, but it's just crazy, y'all. Okay, that is all wired. Now it's time to wire our fans. So we got to make sure that these are separated. Should have probably, because they're all now clumped into one pile. I need to make sure that which black and which red is whose. So let's go back up the tube here. You know what? Actually, let's install a couple more things. Let's get the thermistor wire, which I have somewhere. Here's the heater cartridge wire. Do it, tripod. Everyone should buy one and review it. There isn't one from Amazon I recommend. I recommend buying just the crimper you need, the iWis SN01BM, and then buying all the crimps on DigiKey, because it's actually cheaper. Like, it's a lot cheaper buying it that way, because the kits are going to be like $20, and you're going to get a bunch of tins and things you don't need and are never going to use. So I just buy all the things I need and use, and then get rid of the minutia. All right, where did I put the bag for the thermistor? Because that would have the other wire I need. There it is. As I dump everything on the ground. 4 o'clock? Oh, dude, it's awesome. It's just more complicated for me. Like, I like the board. They're well made. But for me, they are too complicated for my brain. So, how does this connect to this? Oh, it does. Look at that. Look at that. We'll just take that off or something later. All right, thermistor wire reaches just fine. Heater cartridge, they give you lots of heater cartridge wire. That was my other issue with the Nova. They give you this much heater cartridge wire, and then you have to provide the rest. For $175, provide me the rest of this damn wire that I need. Like, come on, y'all. Is there a guide to what each connector looks like? That's what the bill of materials is for mostly. So like, it's tough. Like, every connector has a name and a word, and I don't know which ones are which. So in Italy we got Ferrari, and they didn't say, "Hey, this is the best car in the world." Yeah, again, everything's an opinion when it comes to best. So I never like buying anything or marketing anything as the best, because what happens when you make a new one? Like next year when you upgrade the model, well, why is this one now the best? Why I thought the last one was the best. So again, it's just that gets to me after a while. In my industry, there's a lot of I'm the best photographer, and I'm like, but there's people better than you. There's people better than me. Chris, any schedule on your own printer? Not yet. Yeah, you do have to buy his tool to change. I mean, unless you want to scratch it all to heck by using a crescent wrench, because it doesn't take an actual normal tool, which is fun and fantastic. Oh wait, did I say that this is smooth? This x-axis is smooth as butter. So let me wheel that down. So now that I got some wires crimped and connected, I know the lengths, I'm going to attach the rest of this back plate. So let's go back to the Zaribo assembly. Again, I'm jumping around and I apologize, but it's like when you're wiring things and you need to know, yeah, I need to know. So there's a piece of nylon that came in here. Oh, yep, there it is. That goes in there. This nice long piece of nylon. Okay. And this bad boy. Oh, look at that fancy thing. Oh, the wire actually goes in there. I did not know this. That's going to change up how I wire this thing. Let's see. Will that fit? Let me take the sleeving off. Sleeving, come off. This will make my life easier anyway. So this fan is this wire. I'm gonna get some gaffer's tape right here. I'm gonna gaff tape the ends together on this one. And then this fan wire is this blue and good. Boom. So this is the other fan, so that way when I make that crimp end, it's good to go. Okay. And this bad boy, come here. And this goes through this hole. Look at that. That does fit in there. Very nice. Very nice, Zaribo. Okay. Let's pull out the extruder cable. Boom. Let's run it through this. Okay. And this. Okay. Through the connect. Oh! Don't lose the plate, Chris. Okay. This fan wire. Okay. Give me your fan wire. You gotta go firsties. Okay. I can disconnect my Pinda extension. Okay. Okay. And all right. I'm back here doing stuff. Don't worry about me. Okay, these two wires. So extruder motor. Come on, extruder motor. There we go. Okay. Right side fan. I guess I should say hot end cooling fan. Goes through there. Get these back plate all in there. Okay. And get this fan wire all the way through. Get the connector through. Okay. Pinda cable. that through. Okay. And uh-oh. Aha, I can fix this. Okay. Let's see, and plug that back in. Can't see chat at the moment, so if you're saying anything, I apologize. Doing some cable management. I'm being very particular about it. Okay. I am wearing shorts. I will send him a invite, copy link, and boom, Facebook and Messenger. New message. Mara. Thought I spelled that correctly. Oh, it's MU. Ha ha ha. Sent you a StreamYard link. Boom. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I think there's going to be those M322s again. Keeping them all the same. Everything? No, you'll need a power supply. I mean, that's all you need for like the bits. But you'll definitely need a few more goodies. Just a few more goodies. Okay. That closes up perfectly on both sides without being too tight. Okay. M322. Okay. Okay. And what is this top screw here? Oh, that attaches to that. That's neat. There, time for a nap. All right. What length? M335. M335. There's an M330. M335. Yeah, that's everything you need from them, from DigiKey and all that. So you won't need anything else from DigiKey to do a scratch build. Okay. Oh, M340. Oh, see, that's why Wolfgang's here. M4 30s. Wait. Oh, M335s. M340. What's up, Mark Owens? 25s. Yeah, the first time you ever do any crimping, oh boy, you'll ruin a few of those. 335s, M330s. It looks like I misplaced the M340s. Let me check my little tool here to see if this is an M340 that was just laying on my desk. It is. See? That's why you always have random screws on your desk for when you misplace stuff. What's up, CJ? Any excuse to get anything to build is a good excuse, let me tell you. Because building printers is like the most fun. That's my favorite part of all this is the building the printers part. Okay, so we're gonna take this screw and back that out a little bit. Oop, wrong hole. Nope, you didn't miss anything. No fires yet. Okay, let me get this in there. This is the tough part. It's black parts, and I got no light from the back. Oh wait, I got a light over there. It's probably dead right now. Okay, and then we'll tighten this screw back down. Oh, you know what? I'll do this the better way. I'll pull this back plate off. Put this in here. Unscrew. This pops off. See, Chris has never built a Zaribo before, so he's learning all the tricks of the trade now. Because I built this screw to also hold down the nylon cable. So now I insert this back in here. And now that M312, I believe. Yep, that pinches that. This nylon cable will slide back through here, and this just stiffens up the cable bundle, so it's not too floppy. Don't want a floppy cable bundle. Don't ask me how I know. Okay, it all fits the way it should. Let's try that again. Okay, and then now with a longer cable bundle, cable holder. Oh man, that is an awesome cable bundle design. So there's a strain relief bundle here. This is where I'm at right here, this cable bundle thing. That is awesome. That is well designed, in my extremely biased opinion. Okay. Put that in there. Put that in there. Put that down in here. Everything fits in the cable bundle. Perfectamundo. What's up, Sergio? You having a good time still? All right. So that's in there. We have all the wires marked as need be. The extension cords will go back on here shortly. Oh, that's the extruder right there. I disconnected a Z-axis for some reason. Yep, I disconnected the Z-axis. Why? I don't know. Chris is silly. What? Josh Gad? Oh, yeah! I forgot that's today. That's super cool. Okay, so that goes like that. Here's a little port here for this. Look at that. There's some good design elements in there. That comes straight out the back. Okay, let's put the cable sleeving back on. Now that I have all the cables through there correctly, I'm going to go ahead and heat up these ends and make it so they do not fray. Here's my fire. Always have fire, guys and gals. Now remember, this is made out of PET G, so it will burn a little bit and then it'll self-extinguish for the most part. Okay, let's do this end. Okay. Cable bundle, you're my friend. Okay, that goes on there. That slides all the way in there. I got a wire that won't pull. It is this one, looks like. Yep, there we go. Okay, that is a really nice cable bundle setup. Once that gets in there, it's actually in there. Dope. Black cable ties. There they are. Provided by Zaribo. It's one. Luckily, I'm not using my beard as the cable bundle holder. Okay. Thankfully not. Okay. And I'll put one more zippy tie on for now. I don't want to get too committed to the zip ties yet. Because you never know what you're gonna fix or change. So just need that on there so I can finish wiring this bad boy. That is smooth. And wow, okay. Of course, you can't see anything that I'm doing because that's over there. No one told me. This is the wire care. I'll have to find you the link on this one. This one came with the Zaribo build, but it's one that I've purchased before. Okay. Okay. One more zippy tie. Okay. And then insertion. but it's just a split loom. Should move the camera. I wish. Camera get mad at me if I decide to try to move it right now. I'll be like, "Oh, why are you moving me? I'm a camera." Okay. 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 Snip this excess nylon. Always make sure you're not holding anything else before you do that, because, yeah, that'd be a bad day. Okay. That's in there. So heater cartridge wire is too long. We need to make it to there. Snip. Okay. Pin to wire, perfect. We have 2 different fan wires. That's good to go. Thermistor wire is here. It's also too long. It's going to go down to there. So, boom. Okay, thermistor wire. And 2 fan wires. Let's do this. Whew. Mixed D, what's up, dude? I don't know. I think maybe we'll do that a different day, because I'm still working on this. I want to get this thing wired. So, a different day, perhaps. Get in there, you wire bundle. Okay. All right. Let's find some ferrules. Not feral, ferrules. So I have those in. Where did I set them? Where did I set them? Here they are. A little different bag of ferrules. So Chris needs. These are his fan ferrules. He'll need those. Those are different kind of ferrules that I don't need at the moment. That's extra tins. And where did Chris put his little tiny baggie? Oh, there they are. They were in the right drawer. These are going to be the white ones. My two, man, I like resin printing. I don't love it. I think that's my issue. So I don't need this tool at the moment. I do need this tool. So let's snip this goodness off. And this goodness. But Mick, if you want to hang out later and get food, I am totally down. So let me know how you feel about food. Actually, that's too thick. So let me grab Black ones are too wide. Let me go into my kit of goodness and get a red one. I think the red ones are correct. Yeah, they're all the same. If you go to the GitHub, it has everything. The SKR Bear Marlin, that has all the guides. I do have a build for the SKR Bear. If not, I'll have another one soon. I'm building a 12-volt SKR Bear. So, boom. And boom. Okay, that's connected. Pop that out for a second. So these in no particular order go into HE0. Okay, and then the proper screwdriver is right there. Remember, always properly crimp your ends. Anything that's heater related should have ferrules on it, also known as a bootlace crimp. If you don't, that is bad. So I need to find, okay, this is the blue and red wires right here. Let me pull on them. Okay. Yep. Okay. Blue and red. So these are a little too long. I have these very, 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 very fine bootlace crimps because they're going to go in those connectors. And again, always use the correct connector. I don't care what you say that it's never happened. It's not a big deal. No problem, Jacob. So unlike the JSTs, I always put the bootlace or the ferrule directly on. And another opposite is you want to expose as much wire as possible. You want the wire to go all the way to the end of the ferrule. So if your ferrule has a like 7 millimeters of tubing, you want at least 7 millimeters of wire exposed for when you crimp it. Because you definitely want the wire all the way end. If you don't go all the way to the end and you crimp down on it in the connector, you could push it and the wire will slide out. So you definitely want to make sure that you have wire all the way to the end. And we also need to check our wiring guide to see what order they go into. Always check your wiring guide. So if we look at the fan, we're going to use E1 for the hot end cooling fan. So positive is on the right, negative is on the left. So red on the right, black on the left. And the proper tool for that's right here. And this one goes here. Crimpex crimper. I have no idea what brand this is. It is No Name. It's a 4-star bootlace crimp. It's an HSC 8. So no idea. Unfortunately, I didn't pay attention when I bought it. Okay, so the next one we need to do is fan 0. So it's the print cooling fan. So that's our 50 millimeter fan, our 12-volt fan. And this is 24 volt going into it, but we're going to fix that in firmware. This wire is, again, way too long. We'll cut it to here. Again, we did that on purpose, so it's not a big deal. My desk is getting messy while I do this, and I just crimped too much wire there. So I got to crimp too much wire on the second one. And cut these tags a little bit again, 2 to 3 millimeters. So I need a couple of 2-pin JSTs, one for the fan, one for the thermistor for the extruder. And I've got plenty of tins right here. Yeah, you can get them in 4 or 6. The 4 was just cheaper. And I didn't see that more or less would be a better crimp. I know the 4 gives it a nice square end, which I really liked about it. So. Oh, LA. Okay. And as we can see, positive. Oh, you can't see crap. As you can see, positive is over here on the top with the pin, with the keying going downward. So the keying downward, negative is on the left. And then red would go on the right with the keying downward. And we'll plug that in. Okay. We'll plug the pinda in while we're at it. So white goes into thermistor 1. Boom. And signal, or the probe pin goes into probe with the blue and the black. And the purple wire, which is our 5-volt, goes into the Z end stop. And then all I have left now is the thermistor wire. Thermistor wire, and then the hot end will be wire. Then I got to do the bed, which is the easy part, because there's only 2 things that go to the bed. Oh, that's too short. Definitely don't crimp it too short, or cut it too short. Who's messaging me on the face? Oh, I don't have Facebook still on. Oh, Matt's messaging. Oh, cable spools. Ugh. Won't need those anyway. Back to StreamYard. Okay. Let us finish the crimping. And thermistors and heater cartridges do not matter the orientation in which you wire them. You can flip them, flop them. It's just measuring resistance, so there is no polarity involved. So don't worry about black wear and white wear and red wear. It's just plug it in the hole. So I'm not even going to look. I'm just going to plug these in. I'm going to shove it in the connector spot. There we go. Get in there. Okay, thermistor. Let's see here. Yep, thermistor 0, which is extruder. It's right there. The only thing I don't have is an proper extension for the. I don't have a good extender option for the filament sensor. I'm just going to live with the fact it's going to be short. All right, so all the motors are plugged in. The extruder's plugged in. Now it's time to do some heat bed goodness. Boy, there's a bunch of extra bits and pieces. Zaribo includes lots of extras. So I'm going to use, again, these fatty cables. And I need to go from the bed all the way up and around. So let's get this cable bundle here that they included. And we'll set that on fire. And it self-extinguishes eventually. Pet cheese awesome. Okay. And I believe I've got a Prusa one in here to measure the length off of. Do they have that? Do I still have those? I do. Nope. Do I? I usually keep a Prusa one around. Like here's a Prusa x-axis, so I know what length to cut mine to. A lot of Prusa extruder ones. 4 extruder ones, 1 x-axis, no y-axis. So I'm gonna have to go off of my build guide. So if you back up and go to my bill of materials, I need a 480 millimeter section of bed wire, and it won't be any different for this. So let's grab this and a tape measure and get to 48 centimeters. Okay. 480. And we can tell we're correct because it's taller than the bed height. So our nozzle's there at 320. We're way higher. So we can confirm that that is correct. Cut that off. Plano makes some nice plastic boxes. Yep. I use, some of those are Plano, some of those are Husky. Whatever works. But I do prefer nicer ones. That's why we have the build guide on, or the bill of materials. So I don't need any more of the silicone stranded wire. Oh, that's in the wrong drawer. That is my extras. This is my actual nice bin of wires that are all neatly orientated. Okay. Now we need to go back into our build box. And we need to find, oh, wrong build box. Where's my other wires bits box? There's another one here that has other connectors. Here it is. This should have my circle connectors in here. Does it? Does it not? Oh no, no circle connectors in there. Let's see here. Circle connectors. Because for attaching the bed, we use circle connectors. Oh, there they are. They were in this. I'm just blind. So 1, and this is also in the bill of materials. 2. On the other side are ferrules. Okay. And we can use our speed wire strippers. Oh. There we go. Speed strippers. See, VCC is on the left-hand side for me, so this needs to go like this. And I need to get my crimper for that. Blue to blue. Crimp it. And it holds on tight. Like a toiga. Okay. Same thing on the black wire. Okay. Okay, VCC ground. Good to go. And metal, oh man. Where does Chris hide his metal washers? That's another thing I know I have a package of somewhere, so I can do these builds. But he always sticks them back in the wrong drawer for some reason. Oh crap. There's a brand new E3D heater cartridge, or thermistor. Let's see, he's got a... he'll find it. He'll find it. He's not going to start the house on fire today. That's just... Ooh. I found a washer. Let's see if I can find another non-plated washer. Let me check my drawer of other spare things. Got many drawers of spare things. Where I collect. Oh, there it is. Okay. We got 2 washers now. We good. If he can pick it up with his large, non-dexterous hands at the moment. All right. So 2 of those. 2 hex nuts. We need the Zaribo bed connector cover. Zaribo bed connector cover. Boom. Oh yeah, plenty of room. Nice. Nice. Okay. And Chris needs a certain length screw. I think it's an M310, but he's been wrong. Dan, bit of a technical issue. Whatever. It's not like I'm disappearing anywhere. Oh, M310 is way too long. Let's try M38. I think the M38 is actually going to be too long. M36. That might be too short. Yeah, I forgot to add the washer in there. That might actually work. Okay, remember kids, connector down, washer up. So the connector goes on the bottom. Okay. That'll do. Oh, I need M3. I need those M38s again. These are going to be Nylox. These are not going to be your standard M3 hexes. Always use Nylox when attaching your bed connectors, if you so need to, because you don't want to start a fire. That's a lot of juice going through there. So let's get these longer screws with the correct washer on top. And let's attach the ground terminal. Well, it calls it ground. I call it neutral, but whatever. Maybe it is ground. Who knows? And then we'll get the next one in there. That one's our VCC or live. The wife wants to go to... Dude, take the wife, man. The wife always wins. Fun fact, Nylox are 5.5 millimeters. And I believe I've got 5.5 millimeter... Where'd it go? That's 6 millimeter. Where did I put my 5.5 millimeter? That's 5. That's 6. I know I've got 5.5 millimeter sockets. There they are. This should be them. Yep, 5.5. And an M3 screwdriver. Okay. Okay. Those are going nowhere. The husband needs to win every once in a while. Not in America. Okay. Next up is Zaribo includes. This is kind of cool. They use a on their connector. Actually, need to bring their parts box back. It's an actual flat-headed cap, and it looks like it's going to be a long one. Looks like these M316 is going to be the correct one. M3-16. Let's see if that's the correct one. That is correct. M316. And another nylock. Nylock. Okay. Now, something that I just realized I didn't do was attach a thermistor to the bed. I should have a bed thermistor in my bed thermistor box. I do. I do. I really, really do have a bed thermistor. But that means Chris also needs aluminum tape and Kapton tape. So let me take a look. There's my aluminum tape. Where's Chris's Kapton tape? Oh, goody. The things Chris needs and he doesn't have in front of him. We can do this. We can do this. Let me go grab this. I'm back. Okay. I need some Haribos real quick. Provided by Zaribo. Good night, Joss. So I'm going to unscrew this bed and show you how to properly attach a set of thermistor for the bottom of the bed. Okay. Boom. And again, Chris doesn't have to worry about the spacers because Chris uses brass standoffs on his bed. So underneath here, there's a circle that tells you where the thermistor goes. I'm going to go ahead and, since the thermistor cable is here, I'm going to go ahead and crimp a new connector onto it. So Chris needs another 2-pin JST 2.50. And luckily, Chris grabbed enough connectors, or enough tins. He doesn't need to go digging for it. Boom. And boom. And of course, I pulled too much off. I stripped too much. Got it. Oh, we're losing people. Must be getting late in the Europe land. So, also probably everyone's grabbing dinner like they should, because it is 4:45. Okay, 1. And 2. Again, this is a thermistor, so orientation of the wires do not matter, because all it's doing is measuring the resistance as the temperature increases. Okay. Now, we need to wire that. So what we need to do is stick the thermistor right over that little thing. So we're going to put the little glass bead on that circle. Of course, you can't see this because my overhead doesn't work. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to use aluminum tape. Aluminum tape is awesome because it will trap the heat in there. Let me see if I can find my skizzers. There they are. And we just need a piece of aluminum tape. And I'm going to make the other side nice and flat too. So you just need a piece of aluminum tape. With Marlin and how it works with the bed leveling, I don't need it. It also doesn't last. It doesn't stay. And all we're going to do is place our thermistor bead right over the spot, and we're going to put this aluminum tape over it. So that's all we're doing. We're just taking the aluminum tape, and it's very sticky stuff. It'll hold it down nicely. I will grab a second piece and make a little cross pattern there. Again, one of the things you want to do is make sure not to cover up the center hole. There's a center hole here. So everything else, you can cover the magnets. It doesn't matter. Aluminium. Ah, that's the Kapton tape. So Kapton is just high temperature tape. Prusa recommends putting some Kapton tape over the aluminum tape. So I follow the same. I don't know why we do it. It's just, that's just the way that I'm used to doing it with Prusas. So for my strain relief there, again, you're not going to have any strain. I do a little X pattern. So there's a little notch where that comes out top and bottom. So, and then we're going to take some Kapton tape. Which isn't very sticky. I don't know what's wrong with this Kapton tape I buy, but it is literally not that sticky. Like, it eventually sticks, but just high temp tape. Oh, I sneeze. And that just kind of holds everything in place. Again, don't cover any of the holes. What's up, 3D Printing Belgian, Mr. Davey? So make sure the edges don't curl on your fancy aluminum tape. Begin to peel up, because that would be bad. Losing a thermistor mid-print would suck. Magnetic build plates picking up like every metal thing that's on the table right now. And that's all I do with the Kapton tape, is just make sure it's nice and tight on there. And it sticks. You just got to add some pressure. Okay, so now let's attach this back to where we need it to be. And because I use brass standoffs, I don't need to worry about where those spacers are, because they're always going to be where they're at. That's something that Zaribo should do. Include brass standoffs instead of the poopy Prusa regular aluminum spacers in their kits. I don't know if they do that or not. I dislike the aluminum spacers. Remember to do left and right, top and bottom, and then do the corners in a star pattern. Gotta love when the magnetic build plate has such strong magnets that... Oh, hey, look at that. Here's some metal stuck to it right now that I took. Get off of there. Get off of there. So now we can do the corners. And I do those in a cross pattern myself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I lose the screws on me? Oh, there's one in my lap. The magnetic build plate stole some of my screws for my hotbed. Well, the good news is I've got plenty of extras, so... Looks like I'm missing 2 at the moment. It might actually be underneath the bed. Who knows? I'm gonna check the table one more time. I don't see them, so I'm just gonna go to my box of bed attachment tools. Where Chris hides extra standoffs and extra screws for attaching the bed. So 2 is what I need. And always have extras. Always, always. McMaster car is your friend if you've got one. If you don't have a McMaster car, you live somewhere that makes me sad. Okay. Get rid of this tape. I'll put this in a drawer that I can find it again. Look at that. I got a drawer down here that's empty. That'll be my drawer of things that are tape-like. So. Okay, the bed is back on. So quiet. Let's finish attaching this. I need another nylock. Advantage of aluminum spacers. Yeah, cost. That's about it. And they're not aluminum. Prusa includes steel ones, so they get stuck to the magnetic bed all the time. So you end up having to, like, take it apart all the time, and it's dumb. Okay, let's get this wire bundle put together here. Okay. Now I do use a little thicker wire than Prusa. Oh, nice. Yeah, I guess you also can't stand those steel standoffs that they include. Because, you know, let's use a ferrous metal. That way, when you take your bed off, it steals all the spacers. And you're like, where did all my spacers go? And you're like, oh, there they are. Okay, and where's my 5.5 millimeter doohickey? And my nylock. And that is a 2 millimeter? It is. Make sure you're not pinching any cords when you're tightening this nylock down, because the bed thermistor cable can get looped up underneath there while you're tightening this thing down. And that would be a bad day, because then you have to attach a new bed thermistor, and they're not fun to attach. Okay. That's on there, that's on there. And now we need some of the smaller flathead screw thingies. Ooh, are they going to be the M38s? What other flathead ones do I have in here? M410s is definitely not it. Do I have any other flatheads in here? Wolfgang, he is Zaribo. He's one of the main Zariboans. Ooh, orders an M312. Ooh, these are all good questions. I think it's the M312. What's up, 3 Obsession? Yeah, marathon today. Of course. It's a good day for a marathon. Alright, M3 hex nuts. Actually, let's use the black ones that are included with the Zaribo. They've probably all fallen out into the box down here. Or they didn't. Or they might actually be up here. Black M3 nuts, look at that. Learning all the names of the world. That's what we do here. No, I dropped one. Just dump it onto the desk. Why not? Okay. Okay. Get in there. Look at that. That was the correct size. Give me your M312. Okay. It's always a marathon. There we go. You're gonna have a fun time, Mr. Overlandish. Hmm. See if I can sync that a little bit more. My thicker cables are looking like they need longer screws. Okay. And grab that. There we go. Haha. Okay. Now we need to make some bootlace crimps on the top of this. Where's my auto tool? Let's see. It's a bootlace, so they need to be longer. We will twist those. Okay, and where are my fatter bootlace? There they are. These black ones are 16 AWG. Perfect ones for your power connectors. Okay, and bootlace crimp, boom. Bootlace crimp, boom. Okay. And we don't need all of this wiring goodness. So what we'll do is we'll plug these in, and again, orientation matters. It's positive on the left and negative on the right when you're looking at it. I know that's backwards to the last time because it is actually backwards in the wiring diagram. Well, it's not backwards. It's correct ways in the wiring diagram. It's just backwards from the other one. SKR. That's why it's taken a little bit longer to build. I'm learning the ropes here of... Boom. That is correct. So Chris needs to cut here with a pair of skizzers. And he needs to take fire to it. Good to go. Okay. Make sure everything's lined up. Put that in here. Awesome. Let's add a 2-pin Molec, 2-pin JST for the thermistor. Boom. Let's pull that out and plug it in. So THB gets the bed wire. Okay. Awesome. So the only thing I don't have plugged in is a filament sensor. Let's double check this. We got voltage in, we got bed in. Oh, sorry, voltage in, bed out, thermistor, heater cartridge out, cooling fan, all of the wires that are for the motors are all in, and the Pinda is in. We still need a screen, so that needs to happen, and it will. But first, I need to make some cable management things here. Shove that in there. Okay. I'll have plenty of room, so that way there'll be air moving across these 2209s. Okay. Where's the lid for this? Oh yeah, it's in the box. Right here. So I need to install some... Oh, I got some in the box here from Zaribo. Some square nuts. So I'm going to just do these two corners here. That way I can at least boot it up and run it. But I do need to get the screen wired in here. So let's do that right now. That's the last thing we're going to do. And boom. Okay. I guess I'll put all four in since I'm here. Okay. Come on. Come on. The other ones went in so nice. You got to be the mean one, huh? Left bottom corner. Okay, there we go. Boom. And I need to get that one in there. What tool is going to make that the easiest? Let's try this tool. Boom. Nice case. All right. Quick random components. quick and say random components to confuse Chris. Yes. That'll do it. All right. I'm not putting NeoPixels in here yet, but I believe I will add NeoPixels on this thing ASAP. What I think I'm going to do differently is I'm going to do the sides with NeoPixels. I got more NeoPixels on the way. Just right now, I don't have NeoPixels, at least not enough. Okay. Okay. Everything moves correctly. Everything's wired correctly. Let's put the heat sinks in. So let me start putting stuff away. I don't need this tool at the moment. And that went in the wrong spot. That goes there. This goes here. I still need to do the LCD cable. And the X-Acto blade can go away. And this can go away. That crimper can go away. These scissors can go away. This can go away for now. This can go away. Don't need the tape measure. That goes in the tool drawer. Let's actually put it away correctly. How about that? Or as correctly as we can without going over. Oh! I dropped stuff down my desk. Okay, that will go over here. These two things can go over there. That's the screen I'm going to steal. There's the extra hot end. Or nozzle, I mean. Okay. Let's wrap that up. And put that in the correct spot. Here's some additional little ferrules. I'll put that in there. Okay. And, oh yeah. Come here. Let me screw this bad boy in. That's going to be a short line. What we got in the, probably an M310? Wait, M310s are over here. That's an M312, I believe. It's a little long. M310 in the black color. I know I've got some... Oh yeah, that's right, they fell out. Here's the heat sinks. They fell out of the bag, so they're all just in here at the bottom. So here should be an M310. That's too long. What other shorter M3s do I got in here? Here's an M38. Chrome frame with NeoPixels. You quit when you're chrome. Future is not chrome. This isn't a SpongeBob episode. Okay. And then Chris needs to find a pass-through connector. Here we go. Because Zaribo includes a printed Bondtech pass-through filter, or pass-through coupler. This needs to go up here. Okay. Smooth as silk. Okay. 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 That's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. So I'm no longer on camera. Those motors are perfectly centered. What's up, Thomas? Okay. Let's put these heat sinks on. Here's just small metal heat sinks. They come with the 2209s that are on here, so I do recommend always putting heat sinks on. Bigger the better. I do have nicer ones in my drawer of things. It is a fine looking Zaribo, isn't it? I didn't do too bad of a job here. All right, we're at hour 4:30. I think what I'm going to do is once I finish this assembly, I'm going to end this stream, go have dinner, fast dinner. I'm going to start a new stream and just do the firmware coding, because I really want to boot this thing up for the first time. So let me finish this. I'm going to steal the screen out of this. So I'm just stealing a screen. Sorry about the squeakiness. Because that is wired. It is, all but this screen is wired. Hopefully I do have extra wires. I'll have to crimp my own wires. So stealing this out of there. Okay. And then I have a Zaribo one. Let me clean this thing. Here's some isopropyl alcohol. Here's a paper towel. Little spritz. So light spritz on there. We don't need to soak the screen. But there's definitely some schmutz on here. Can't have that. When I get a little bit more money, well, actually, I got some money. Everyone donated, so I'll get a nicer black and white screen, something like that, to put on there. I'm trying, man. It's my first Zaribo. I'm learning. It's definitely has a different build pace and knowledge base. So some of the things transcend from building a Bear. Some of the things transcend from building a Prusa, but they all don't. Like, it's very different. So this goes like this. And this uses the same 4-screw method for attachment. That looks pretty. That way or this way? Oh, it's definitely not that way. It's definitely this way. Yep, it's definitely this way. Okay, that looks like M310s. I'm just going to steal some out of here because we're never going to see them. I could put a TF... I don't have a screen adapter for TFT35 for 3030 extrusion. If I had that, that would be happening for sure. Do enjoy my TFT35. So if Wolfgang ever gets bored, that would be super cool to have a TFT35 Zaribo for the SKR Zaribo. Then I get 3.5 inches of touchscreen and or graphical display. Wow, that fits great. Okay, and then this side goes in. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the 420, see, the only reason I didn't go 420 was I measured most of the things I was going to print. And because the Prusa build volume is 250 by 210, I couldn't get enough prints that would fit in that 420 height. So like, there'd be very few prints that would be able to go 420 that I like to do. So Sun and I will be heading out in 15. It's about an hour and 20. Sounds good. Nice. All right, so there's our screen. Buttons work. And there's even a Zaribo button. Button. Where's my buttons? Give me your Zaribo button. There we go. There it is. Very sleek. I actually printed enough of these button knobs, these nubs, and all my printers now have that knob. So this is my new favorite knob. Okay, Chris needs to make his own wire for this. So he's getting out his box of wire and his box of connectors. Hopefully he has enough connectors. Okay, there's another one. Hopefully he has enough. If not, I think I could reuse some older Prusa ones. That way I don't have to... And I got another spool of wires. So in connector land, I have I have 3 connectors. That's not enough. So I need to find some old Prusa ones. Yep, here's an old Prusa one. That will definitely reach. And I need another old Prusa one. I got a bunch of shorties. I mean, that will work. I can make one and then steal this. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to steal one of these. So where is the key? There's the red. Okay. So we're going to steal this. Where is my scissors? Need scissors. Boom. Scissors. And here are the little connectors. Better not mess this up. I only got enough to build this once. So that goes here. Come on. There we go. Okay. Boom. Of course, Chris does not have the proper tool to do this, so he just uses a rubber mallet and taps it in place. There we go. Flip that over and put this here. Boom. Okay, 1 of 1. Okay, 1 of 1. And then I'm going to mark this. So this is EXP1. So where's my black Sharpie? There it is. Okay, black Sharpie, put a single stripe on this one. So that way I know this one is EXP1. I guess I'll put that stripe on the other side as well. Okay, let's make another cable. Okay, where's my other connectors? Here they are. Got 2 left, can't make a mistake. Depends on what country you're in. If you are in Europe, there's Lector, there's Rat Rig, there's a few other ones. Okay. Okay, boom. Okay, that goes in here. And then let's get the length. We're gonna match the length. Okay, that should do it. Scissors. All 3D makers. Thanks, Dr. Jekyll. Okay, last connector. So okay. It's not keyed. That's weird. Normally they'll have a little marker that tells you, hey, this is where the red wire goes. Okay. Okay, flip. And put the cover on. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and pass this through down here. Boom. Okay. Let's also close up the box. I believe that's an M310 to close up the box here. I'm only going to put 2 pieces on. Oh, that's way too long. M38. You're still at it? Heck yeah, you better believe it. It's 447, man. Okay, this one and this corner. Because I'll more than likely have to open this thing up. So okay. Case is on, hammer down. Let's finish cleaning the desk off so we can put the printer in place and then put this screen on. So this will go in that drawer. Fire can go over here. Extra screw bits. Back in the Zaribo box. Into the Zaribo box you go. Oh, missed. When do you estimate to be back? An hour, so 6:30 at best. I eat pretty quick. I think there's some leftover pizza in the fridge. So if I reheat that, so I will set that up ASAP. You know what? Why am I taking this much time doing this? Let's just shove everything in a spot. And then put this box down here. And slide everything into the box. Everything goes into the box. All of it goes into the box. I can sort that later. Okay. I will save these. Save this. And this. This goes in the drawer. This goes in the garbage can. This goes over here. This goes here. Let's get this screen attached. Oh crap, did I grab the screws for attaching the screen? I need, here they are, 2 M1612s. Just eat it cold. I do like me a cold pizza pie. Okay, Spice Engineering bag. Ooh, this is a nice one. I'm gonna put this in my save for later bags. Okay, let's attach the screen. Thankfully, I remember to attach these fancy nuts here, the T-nuts. And that goes there. That goes there. Oop, the tool that I need to attach this, I moved over here. Of course, the only thing I don't have is a ball head tool bit that fits in here. So we're gonna loosely tighten that in. Okay, screen is on. Let's flip her and get these wires through. So EXP1 is over here. EXP2 is over here. Okay. I'm going to do cable management on a different day. But for now, we have built a Zaribo. Put that away, put this away. Let's find a bed surface to put on it for now. Bed surface. I have a not so tattered Prusa sheet I can put on there. There we go, Prusa textured sheet. Boom. Happy Panda. So the only thing we haven't attached is the fan shroud because I still need to set all the heights of everything. It's also just going to get in my way while I'm working on stuff. If I need to adjust anything, it's just going to be in the way. I don't have this properly connected because apparently somewhere along the way I lost the X-axis cable holder bundle holder thingy. Yep, I saw the LCD sleeving. I will attach that later. For now, my goal is to get the firmware up and running, and then I'm going to do all the cable management. But so far, awesome. So the build, a little longer than I thought it would take, but that's a lot of me being a noob at building a Zaribo. So the frame was awesome build. The wiring is great. It comes with everything that you need. Cable bundles, everything's nice. I really like this cable bundle holder here. It has a nice dealio. Everything else is attached great. I mean, it's solid. This thing is you can't move the Z-axis. The only movement is the whole table is shaking. So let's see. I don't have a bare frame that I can grab and show you because they're all on printers and all plugged in. The other bare frame I do have, unfortunately, is my taller bare. That's a 250Z. So it is wider because of the way they've designed it. The Zaribo is a little bit wider, I believe, or it's a little bit longer. One of the two. I can't remember if it's longer or wider. Might actually be the same bed size, but the Z is definitely much taller. So instead of 210 millimeters, which this looks like it's about 210. Actually, you know what? Let's, where's the tape measure that I put away professionally? So there's 210 millimeters. So that's your Prusa Z height. This can go all the way up here. So a whole bunch more. So there's another 110 millimeters for the 320. Too bad I wanted to see the Zaribo printing, but it's almost 12:30 p.m. I'm in a weird place. Yep, see ya, Wolfgang. Yeah, there was a lot of extra screws. I'm like, did I miss something? Did I forget stuff? I hope I didn't forget stuff. So, but yeah, great build. It was a nice, easy build. A lot of learning. So working with T-slot is different. I need to order some some of the spring-loaded T-nut pieces so that way I can add additional stuff. I think that'll work good because I have this case down here. I didn't slide a T-nut in. I do not feel like disassembling this to just do that. The belt tensioner works great. I'll have to tighten that most likely. That feels kind of loose. It is taller. So again, this is 210. So this is where the top of the bear would be. So it's another 110 millimeters taller than a regular bear or Prusa. So again, 210, 320. That's 110 millimeters. Yeah, and then I'm going to also have some things I can print out of. So I have another poly box that I'll set up because I don't have a way to mount a spool onto the side yet. And I do actually have I might actually have a way, but I don't have anything to attach it because I don't have any more T-nuts that would work for this. So, all right, on that note, I'm going to go get food. I'm going to set up the stream for an hour from now. So at 6:30 p.m., I'm going to code the firmware for this because I want this thing to at least turn on and run. I might not get a print out of it today, but I'll be able to get the firmware running. So let's talk soon. Happy modding. Enjoy. I'm going to get some food. See you shortly. Peace out, y'all.